Red Hawk Sports Network starts. Right now.
And welcome to the campus of Montclair State University for a special celebration. It's 2025's homecoming. Hi, I'm your host, Vincent Pacone, and we have an exciting homecoming battle that you won't want to miss. But before we get to our exciting pregame show, we are joined straight out of the get-go by our president, Jonathan Capel. President Capel, how are we doing today?
Vincent, it is so good to be here. What an exciting day. Like, you can feel the energy, right? It's homecoming, and there's a big crowd, and everybody's into it. So it's really good.
It's absolutely phenomenal. It's a pleasure to have you on set to start off.
Absolutely. I'm happy to be here.
And you know what? First off, I mean, homecoming looks so great so far this year. I mean, the alumni green is out, the alumni barbecue is out, a lot of big celebrations, and I think
the main comment we get is it's not raining.
I was just gonna say.
Last year was rainy and cold, so the bar was low, and we cleared it by a long shot. It was good.
Now we got a higher bar, and we're still going to clear it.
We are going to clear it even above not raining.
Well, I feel like the first question we have to ask is, last week, I know you weren't at our event, sadly, because you were on a great vacation or on a great trip in India.
Yeah.
First of all, how was your trip to India?
It was good. Like, lots of opportunities for partnerships for the university. It was great. The governor was leading a delegation. Fantastic. A lot of sports talk. The governor's way into sports. But it was a good trip, a good way to advance the university in a very different context. But I missed the big catch.
I was just going to ask.
It was a bummer.
You weren't there. But how was the big catch successfully wise in your office?
Oh my God, the big catch was amazing. First of all, it was amazing because it was a partnership between the museum and the university. So I know this gets in the weeds a little bit, but the museum is actually not technically part of the university, even though it's on campus, but we worked so well together. And what a cool thing to have at the university. World record game of catch, celebrating Yogi's 100th birthday, all kinds of Yankees there. Fantastic. Fantastic.
I feel
I'm
like
super bummed that I wasn't part of it.
I know. We wish you were there.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of people from your
We'll
office.
Photoshop me in or something.
I have to ask, and I asked you before, but for our audience here now, has there ever been a world record broken on the campus of Montclair State?
I don't think that question came up. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. We'll say no. Maybe not a recorded world record. Who knows what crazy things have been done by Montclair students.
Maybe behind the scenes
exactly.
There's been a record.
Unknown records, yes.
Now, looking forward, I mean, we have homecoming today.
Yeah.
Our breakfast bowl is coming up, which is a big topic.
Exciting.
How excited are you for the breakfast bowl coming up?
I'm super excited for the breakfast bowl, where we'll face off with Rowan to settle the Taylor ham pork roll debate. What I'm even more excited about that is happening is, like, people have embraced it. Like, people know about the breakfast bowl. I saw parents moving their kids in saying, no, we're going to be back for the breakfast bowl, which is awesome.
It's going to be
totally awesome.
Such an exciting event. I mean, we were talking to our coaches about it and everything,
and
it looks like it's going to be so successful.
It
now,
does.
the big thing that I have to ask, we've looked forward to October 11th.
Yeah.
Now I want to look forward to 2026.
Okay.
World Cup is coming around. Can you talk a little bit about Montclair's involvement potentially?
Yeah, so first of all, I don't know if everybody realizes what a big deal it is, right? So the World Cup is coming. There are going to be 8 games at MetLife Stadium, including the championship game, which is set to be the most watched event in human history. Not sports event in human history. And it'll be right here in New Jersey. We're right down the street. We think there's a great opportunity to leverage our location and our, frankly, media capacity, including Red Hawk Sports Network, to be a base of operations for some of that activity. So we're in good conversations with the host committee, and hopefully we'll work something out.
Awesome. Now, I have to, my last big question for you, it's going to be such a great
homecoming. By the way, all you guys have to study soccer.
Yeah, you want to know what? Well, I've been a big
from now on, this
Philadelphia
isn't
Union
football.
fan.
This is American football, and you're gonna have to start calling soccer football and get with the program.
Well, my last question to you is, I mean, you talked to Steve Adebudo today.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was great. You know, Steve is a well-known TV personality here in New Jersey. He's a Montclair alum. He just goes crazy to promote our university and our students. He always makes the point that he hires tons of Montclair State University grads because they're the best. And they join him in their experience. His producer today was a class of 22 grad, and his main two people are Montclair grads as well. So it went great. We had a really pretty serious conversation about higher ed, but it was a lot of fun and a great opportunity to show off everything that we've got going on at the university.
Awesome. Well, President Capel, thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure. And hey, we hope we win this football game.
Well, what's your prediction in the football game?
Well, what's my prediction?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely think Montclair is going to take this one home.
Yeah, the
Coach
good guys
ready.
have to win. Yeah, the good guys have to win.
As Coach Palazzo says, we don't lose on homecoming.
There you go. I like that.
That's exactly how we should get
started.
started.
All right, well, have a great show.
Thank you so much.
Good to be with you, Vincent.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Now, some may remember the 21st night of September, but the Guinness Book of World Records will forever remember the afternoon of September 21st, as Montclair State put their name in the record books for the largest game of catch. Let's take a look back at last Sunday to see how exciting it really was.
Welcome to Yogi Berra Stadium on the campus of Montclair State University. This is Yogi's Big Catch Challenge.
Very excited, very proud. It's just wonderful to bring so much community together around Yogi's legacy.
I'm with Jeff Marquet and his mom, Lucille Marquet, who are going to have a game of catch. Are you guys excited?
We are thrilled.
Again, we are still just minutes away here from an official attempt at the Guinness World Record.
This is an official Guinness World Records attempt for largest game of catch. The mark to beat is 972 pairs. 3, 2, 1, go! You are done. We did it! Can now announce that today in Little Falls, New Jersey, USA, you had a total of 1,179 pairs. It's a new Guinness World Records title.
Tomorrow is the 10-year anniversary of my Grandpa Yogi's passing, and it is so cool to see old people, young people, in the middle people, people from all over the country coming out to support him in the museum and keep his legacy alive.
What I like about this record attempt is that it's so important to the community. It's like such a specific focus with the museum here and really celebrating Yogi's 100th anniversary.
This today was as exciting as it gets, man. To have all those people, 2,000 to 3,000 people, the fans are out here, they're having a good time with my former teammates. I'm having a blast, and to me, it feels like a championship.
Yogi is not just a baseball icon, he's an icon of Americana.
And I think to see so many people turn out with so much love for Yogi and for the game and for the experience of playing catch, it's just a beautiful thing. It feels great.
Thank you so much for joining us for Yogi's Big Catch.
Well, folks, I mean, so many great names that I got to talk to. Willie Randolph, Lindsey Berra, Bob Costas. But I feel like the best one was definitely Lucille and her son, Jeff. They were so sweet. It was such a great celebration, just as Lindsay said, of her grandfather, Yogi Berra. It was so exciting. We were all excited to be there. Now, we've looked at last Sunday. We've talked to our president. It's time to come to today, because we got a homecoming battle that you won't want to miss, as the Wilkes Colonels come stomping into the nest of the Redhawks, looking to spoil the festivities. The Colonels are 1-2 on the season after a loss last week against Muhlenberg College. The Redhawks sit at 1-1 after their off week, though they last played against Lycoming in their home opener, an exciting 27-24 win. Now, with the stands filled and Red Hawk pride all over, it's time to see how powerful Coach Palazzo's crew really is. CJ Staniak and Justin Randall are on the call today, but first is our exciting pregame show taking you through campus. While this football game is our main focus of the night, the campus still has so much to offer. This afternoon, field hockey took on Christopher Newport in a 5-0 loss. On top of that, women's soccer won 3-0 in an NJAC opener against NJCU. Our President Capel spoke to the award-winning broadcaster Steve Adubato. The University Gallery had an exhibit on the age of black metal. The amphitheater had performances from our radio station, WMSC, players, and homecoming talent show showcase. And of course, where would homecoming be without the iconic alumni barbecue? Local breweries, Cricket Hill, Montclair Brewery, Seven Tribesmen, and Burnt Mills are right now at the barbecue. And of course, what would the barbecue be without a bunch of food? I am definitely going to be asking one of my producers around here to go and get me some during game time. Now, let's go down from the barbecue and check on this team. For Montclair, it's their third game of the season, as we said earlier. They would lose the opener, but just as Rocky Balboa says, it's not how hard you get hit, it's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. They fought hard in the home opener against Lycoming, and at the end of the third quarter, Montclair would be trailing by 8, though a quick touchdown and 2-point conversion would tie things up in the fourth quarter. The defense would hold strong, and with 6 minutes left in the game, a 26-yard field goal would seal the deal. 27-24 the final. Now sitting at 1-1, it'll be interesting to see how they perform right now at homecoming and throughout the rest of the season. Last week was their off week. Next week is NJAC opener. It's against Kane. So let's dive into their schedule. As I said, they travel to Union in the NJAC opener against the Kane Cougars. The following week is a battle that'll stand the test of time between good and evil, Batman and Joker, pork roll or Taylor ham. The Breakfast Bowl takes place here at Sprague Field. Our own Thomas Gaffney Jr. takes us through this legendary battle.
Ultimate bragging rights between Montclair State and Rowan. Rivals become even bigger rivals. The battle between North and South, the naming rights of pork roll or Taylor ham, and more importantly, to raise money for respective food banks in the area. The inaugural Breakfast Bowl was played last year at Richard Wacker Stadium on Rowan's campus. The game went down to the wire. Rowan was scored with 29 seconds left to go up by 3.
Rena, the hold, the snap, and it is up, it is through! We have a flag on the play, but it stands, Rowan has the lead.
Montclair State would take the kickoff into field goal range and kick a 49-yard field goal to tie the game up at 10 with 7 seconds left.
Breakfast Bowl across the lead 10-7. The kick is up. It is through. Does it have enough? It does! Oh my! It's a stunner. Hey Glassboro, we're tied at 10 apiece.
Rowan would score in overtime and win the first ever Breakfast Bowl and win the Breakfast Bowl trophy.
The 5. Joseph Rena rolling to the right. He fires. It is caught. Run in. Luke touchdown for the lead. West Hartman is over. Rowan wins against Montclair State for the first ever Breakfast Bowl. An instant classic for the inaugural game. 16-10 the final, with the Rowan Profs winning in front of the homecoming crowd.
Now onto this year. Montclair State has the opportunity to take the Breakfast Bowl trophy. It will be played at Sprague Field, and Coach Mike Palazzo is ready for Rowan's arrival.
You throw the records out when you play a team that you're so familiar with, like Rowan. I don't really look at, like, hey, we're coming off a loss in the Breakfast Bowl that, we're not going to be favored this year, or, I'm not looking at anything like that. It's just put the ball down and play on October 11th. And the team who makes the least amount of mistakes, who's the most disciplined and most detailed, is going to win the football game.
Rowan will now have to defend the trophy and try and keep a hold of what has been theirs for the past year. Last year, Montclair State was only an overtime away from taking the inaugural Breakfast Bowl. The team now has a new goal going into this year.
It's got to be finish. Last year we had an opportunity there at the end to win the game in overtime, and we had an interception. And then on defense, then we couldn't make that last stop. We've been preaching all year long discipline and details, and if we do the little things the right way, the big things will take care of themselves.
New year, new teams, and a whole lot to play for. The Breakfast Bowl will be played on October 11th at Sprague Field for the first time ever. Will the Breakfast Bowl trophy find a new home, or will it stay in the backyard of Glassboro with Rowan? You'll have to wait and see.
See you on October 11th.
Well, folks, just like Coach Palazzo said, we'll see you October 11th. I know you'll see me October 11th because I'll be there in an insane rematch that you won't want to miss. Now, Russell Westbrook, Adam Ottavino, and now Alex Buchwald. What do these players have in common? Well, the number that they wear on their back, the number 0. Though for Montclair, it has a unique meaning. Once again, Thomas Gaffney Jr. tells us what is that unique meaning.
In 2021, NCAA allowed the use of number 0 on the back of jerseys. For Coach Mike Palazzo and the football team, it gave an entryway to start a tradition for players to vote a new number 0. But more importantly, let them vote for a player that describes leadership and core values for their team on and off the field.
When we were discussing if we were going to use the number or not, I had the idea to make it something special and more meaningful. We had a team vote in 2021, and it was just somebody that really represents the program the right way. It didn't necessarily have to be the best player. So the number 0 for us is, that front porch of that front porch. It's the player that is the guy that we look to as the example of what a Red Hawk should be. Mike Ramos was our first number 0, and he was an all-conference player, but like an honorable mention, really solid year. And then his senior year, he blew up and was an All-American and was definitely our best football player.
In 2023 and 2024, Nick Burgess wore the number 0 for the team. He followed right in Mike Ramos' footsteps. He was the 2023 NJAC Player of the Year and was a 2-time All-American while wearing 0. Burgess now reflects on his time wearing the number and what impacts he brought to the team.
When I was chosen to wear number 0, it meant the world to me. Mike Ramos wore the number, and he was a great player, great leader, someone who I looked up to. And his resilient effort, his controlled aggression, and his ability to lead players with both his actions and his words just motivated me to want to wear number 0 and want to wear it with pride as well. I accomplished a lot being a player, being a leader as well, but off the field, the internship stuff, the things with the school, just being able to show that you can also be a football player while also being able to be successful off the field as well, that probably was the biggest impact that I had wearing number 0. For anybody else that wears number 0 in the future, I would say just build your own story, be yourself, and do every single thing with intention.
This season, the players made a decision. Alex Buchwald will wear number 0 following the departure of Nicholas Burgess. In Buchwald's first game wearing number 0, he set a school record with 6 tackles for loss and also eclipsed 13 total tackles.
I was super excited because 2 guys I look up to, Nick Burgess and Mike Ramos, were the number before me. And those are guys I tried to be like when I was a younger player, so it meant the world to me. My personal goals have never been to be an All-American or be an All-Region player. They've been to be a great captain for this team, and that's what I'm going to try and do.
Alex definitely does everything the right way, and he's extremely accountable. As he's gotten older, he's just grown into this leader, and he just wants to be a leader. He's naturally a leader, but he wants to be a leader, and he wants to work at becoming a leader.
Buchwald dreamed of wearing number 0. Once a dream is now a reality. He thanks his teammates who are the ones to award him with these high honors.
I want to thank my teammates because this means the world to me. It's something I've always wanted since I was a freshman. I can remember my first camp when Mike Ramos was awarded number 0, and immediately it was something I wanted when I was in his shoes. So it really meant the world to me to get voted for the number.
Well, guys, I mean, Alex Buchwald, a phenomenal player, might be number 0 on the field, but he's definitely number 1 in our hearts. Well, coming up next semester is a new sport on the State of Montclair's campus, flag football. And at the helm, Jim Kelly. No, not the 5-time Pro Bowler and NFL Hall of Famer, but instead, Jim Kelly. 35 years of coaching experience, and although he might not be in Canton, Ohio, he is in the Essex County Hall of Fame. Let's tell you a little bit more about the amazing Jim Kelly.
On 3, maintain. 1, 2, 3, maintain!
You know, we started as a club team in the spring, and then we brought in about 12 recruits, including some freshmen and transfers. So we're trying to see how the big picture with the transition from a club team and a new recruiting class coming in, how it all develops.
I first started playing flag football my sophomore year of high school when it was first brought to my high school.
I've always wanted to be a part of a flag football team. Throughout high school, I actually was the QB for my high school team.
I was reached out to last year by the athletic director that they were coming up with this opportunity.
I was very interested and thought, hey, why not be a part of a new program?
There's something great about being new.
I mean, it's something I'll be able to brag about for the rest of my life, but it's also awesome to be able to do this and have younger generations and younger kids be able to look up to all of us as a team.
The girls have really taken on their own mantra as far as they want to make history. Hopefully we get good fan support and people appreciate the product we're putting on the field.
I'm very excited for our upcoming season and to see what we can bring and hopefully bring home a trophy for the school.
Well, guys, as you can see, not that Jim Kelly, but still so much coaching experience, 35 years of coaching. He was a Montclair State assistant coach from 2005 to 2012, a 20-year coach at Nutley, Clifton, and Queen of Peace. So a lot of coaching experience, including at the NJAC level in William Patterson in 2024. Now he's here at Montclair after his 2021 Essex County Hall of Fame induction. He's now here in Montclair getting ready to coach a new sport. Well, big games take some big ideas. And how to get that dub, CJ Staniak has his own ideas on how the Redhawks can find themselves in the W column tonight.
Montclair State is looking to continue their success after the bye week against Wilkes University, who has lost back-to-back contests. Here are the keys to the game for this early season matchup. The Redhawks will need to generate pressure on Colonel's quarterback, Cooper King. Montclair State saw much of its defensive line graduate last season, and the new group is still finding its footing. King leads Wilkes in rushing yards this season and can't be allowed the opportunity to scramble. He is not immune to mistakes, though, and if flustered, expect a slow day offensively for the visitors. The turnover margin is a crucial factor between these two teams. The Colonels generate an abundance of turnovers, but have also surrendered quite a few of their own. When Montclair State limits its giveaways, good things happen. A clean sheet for either team increases their chance of victory. It was a quiet week 2 for the Redhawks until a 49-yard touchdown pass to Jalen Carter gave them life. Wilkes has not had a play over 40 yards this season, and they will look to break that drought to get back on the right track. More deep balls and big games could become a difference maker for MSU in a tight matchup on paper.
Well, it's time to look at the matchup history between these two teams. They haven't faced each other since 2009. And who was on that roster back then? Coach Palazzo, now coaching against them. Montclair has a 2-game winning streak, and the average points are around the 13 margin. It'll be interesting to see how this homecoming battle can turn out. Again, last battle was 2009. Well, now we're looking up at the booth with the amazing CJ Staniak. CJ, how you doing, bud?
Vin, we are doing absolutely fabulous up here. I think you said it best throughout your entire pregame show, and I just want to congratulate you on your final homecoming as well. You've been doing great work for years here now, and I'm glad you're getting out an opportunity to round it off correctly.
Well, I think I'm leaving the Red Hawk Sports Network at Montclair in good hands with CJ Staniak right behind me. But CJ, I mean, first of all, have you been able to get any food? Because we talked about the alumni barbecue earlier, and I was enticed, but I'm sitting in this chair, so I haven't got any food yet. Have you?
I was loving the idea of getting up to that line and getting a chance to go to the food trucks. I know last year we had some talks about tacos. I'll be up in the booth today, so I'm expecting you to hand deliver those to me personally.
Absolutely not. If anyone forgets, last year it was raining, and CJ made the excuse of, oh, the tacos would be wet if I brought them to you, Vincent. That's insane. I don't care. Wet, cold, whatever. I'll take them. Well, CJ, before we send it up to you, your keys. For the great offense, how do you think Montclair is going to really take it to the next level today?
You know, I think they did something really well last week, Vincent, and that was running the football and establishing their style of play on the run. They had Luke Henrich and Deontay Wilson both go over 100 yards on the ground, the first pair of teammates to do that for Montclair State since 2013. So if they're able to continue to do such a thing here in week 2, in week 3 now for them, I expect a lot of success along the way.
Awesome. Well, CJ, Justin, take it away, my friends. Have a good call.
Well, thank you very much, Vincent. Hello and welcome, everybody, to a packed Sprague Field here on the campus of Montclair State University. It's homecoming. CJ Staniak, Justin Rendell, you just heard from Vincent Picone. Justin, what an environment this is and what a day this is for Montclair State.
You couldn't have said it any better, CJ. This is an amazing day for not only just the players, but especially the fans that are gathered here today for probably the biggest regular season game of the season between Montclair State and Wilkes University. We expect to have a large crowd today, as you can start seeing everyone starting to file in, and it's just going to be a great day, and I'm really excited to call this game alongside you.
Yeah, Montclair State coming in today riding high off of that win versus Lycoming 2 weeks ago. They had the off week last week to prepare for this game. And on the other side of things, Justin, you have a Wilkes team that may not be on the same track. 2 consecutive losses, including a tough one to Muhlenberg last week.
Yeah, they fell to them 26-18. Wasn't their best outing. But in order for them to really get back on that page, as you mentioned before for Montclair State, they established the run game in their previous game when they beat Lycoming. Now, in order for Wilkes to really take advantage, they got to establish their run game as well, which is something that really hasn't worked out for them so far this season. For Cooper King, the quarterback of Wilkes, he leads the team with 59 yards on the ground. That's not something you really want to see from your running back. You want to see your actual running backs lead in that category. So if they want to have any chance to really win this game, they got to really make sure that they establish the run game.
As you see Montclair State's entrance, and this week it is number 10, Brandon Lucia, carrying that black flag onto the field. Justin, we have to talk about the way that last week ended for Montclair State, trailing that game 24-10, working their way back into it, 17 unanswered points to finish that game off, and it was that man right there, Brandon Lucia, with the forced fumble deep in his own zone to win that game for the Redhawks.
Yeah, Brandon Lucia, major play at the end of the game. Of course, as you mentioned, overcoming that 17-point comeback. They were down 17 points, scored 17 unanswered, able to come away with the victory there. And you also have to mention, of course, Jalen Carter. We talked about it in the pregame. That major touchdown catch he had along the right sideline, which really jolted Montclair State getting back into that game. He's another player that I'm definitely looking out for Montclair State today.
Yeah, talk about the rest of this Montclair State offense. I know you have a few guys, even on the defensive side as well. The playmakers for this Red Hawk team could certainly be a difference today.
We also talked about it as well when we had the feature from our colleague Thomas Gaffney Jr. on Alex Buckwald and how he wears number 0 and how iconic that is for this program. He is a player that this Montclair State team really leans on to get them going on the defensive end, and I expect to see a really big game out of him today.
The program record for tackles for loss in a game, as you see Janiel Tavares on the field. And the Montclair State Redhawks just seem to be in a good place mentally right now. We spoke with Coach Mike Palazzo during the week about what leads up to this, and while he admitted maybe in seasons past he's looking a little bit too far ahead, they are completely focused on one game at a time right now.
You know what his motto is, and we actually caught this when we were able to interview him. He said, "Win the day." And that's something that it doesn't really sit well with Coach Palazzo. He wants to make sure that his team is focused on a day-by-day basis, not looking too far ahead, as you mentioned. And so, especially for a game like this today, all of their attention is on right here, right now. And I think Coach Palazzo has his team ready to go today.
As for these Wilkes Colonels, tell me what you see with them. Who could make the difference today as they try to get back on the right track?
It's got to be Juju Fears at receiver. Yeah, he's just had an unbelievable start to the season. 6 receptions for 71 yards and 2 touchdowns. He has just been absolutely amazing. Definitely their number 1 target for Cooper King. So I expect also to have a big game out of him as well, because if they can't get the passing game going And we talked about before not getting the running game going. How are they going to get their points and get their offense going? So I expect to see a good combination of Cooper King and Juju Fears today.
44 attempts for Cooper King last week, and Nathan Ruther have to talk about his presence on the interior defensive line as well for the Colonels, the East Stroudsburg transfer. Justin, that's a big frame to be going against on the defensive line.
And you talk about big frame, he's listed at 6'1", 345 pounds. He is a big body for them to contain, especially on the defensive line. It's going to be interesting to see how Montclair State does when they get this thing started on the defensive end of the field.
And as these teams get ready for this one, it should also be mentioned, the way that this team has played on this day in seasons past as well. So we've obviously got these last 2 years under the Mike Palazzo era, and they've won both years on homecoming, even in a sloppy, rainy game last year. Coach Palazzo, per his statistics, 20 of their last 24 homecomings have resulted in a Montclair State W. It is a different energy and a different motivation on a night like tonight.
It's all about winning on homecoming for Coach Palazzo. He knows how big of a game this is for his team and especially the fans here today. You see a whole sea of red here in the stands today. I mean, it is an absolute action-packed stadium today, and we're moments away from getting this game started.
Absolutely. It has been incredibly exciting here throughout the day. You can just see the buzzing on campus, the zip line, sports all day on campus from field hockey to soccer, and now it is time for Montclair State to take over the nightcap. Football is here on the Red Hawk Sports Network, and thank you so much for being with us.
You also got to see some of the fans here at Red Hawk Deck watching the game from above, getting a nice, good seating area from up top, getting an overlay of the field. So it's just great to see not only the fans that are on the bleachers, but all around the campus of Montclair State University.
I have to ask you, Justin, and well, it's worth mentioning that in the first quarter of Montclair State's game 2 weeks ago, their last game played against Lycoming, a crucial first drive of the game resulted in a touchdown the other way. They dropped a punt. They made a mistake early. What does Montclair State have to do with their mistakes and their turnovers today, especially early on?
You got to win the turnover margin if you're Montclair State. You cannot turn the ball over against a tough defensive team like the Wilkes Colonels. You have to take care of the ball, and I think Coach Palazzo, he stressed it when we interviewed him yesterday. He wants to win the special teams game. He prides himself making sure that no mistakes are caused in special teams. So I expect to see, once again, Montclair State take care of the football today, and I think it's going to be really exciting overall.
Well, it seems as though we are all set to go, and the Colonels will receive the football first. Montclair State kicking off with Roger Rubinetti. It is away, and 2025 homecoming is upon us, with Daniel Piga breaking one loose on the first play. The kickoff past the kicker and whistled out of bounds across the 40 of Montclair State.
A great return there from Piga, and you see how he is really fired up, running over to the sidelines there. We couldn't have asked for a better return on a kickoff from Wilkes University, and they are set up in great field position to start their first drive.
What a return from Piga. Not even his longest return of the year. That was 50 yards. His longest of the season, I should say, 50 yards. And as they bring it up, they'll spot it inside of that 40-yard line, right at the 38 on that right hash. The special teams battle is another thing to watch out for. It's something that Coach Palazzo takes a lot of pride in with his team. All right, so with Wilkes taking the field, Cooper King now under center with the Colonels, their first offensive drive, and right away, King looking down the field. Shot play inside the 10. The catch is made. Touchdown, Wilkes. Janaz Sims. Wasting no time are the Colonels.
One play, one touchdown for the Colonels there. Just an unbelievable pass there from Cooper King all the way to Sims. Got him over the shoulder in the back left corner of the end zone. And just like that, Wilkes has a 6-0 lead. And if you're Montclair State, that is not exactly how they drew it up on the defensive end to start this game.
Unbelievable. So the kickoff from Piga goes for substantial yardage, and then play action shot brings 6 to the house. as the kick is up and through. Nick Volpone knocks it through. Jonas Sims gets the party started. And a slap in the face to begin this one for the Redhawks.
Yeah, that was just not a good start for Montclair State, and you can see head coach Palazzo is talking about it over with his team right now, just trying to get his team's head back into the game. Obviously, it was the first play. You don't want to see that happen, but now it's Montclair State's turn to have their opportunity on offense and try to get this game evened up early.
And just for that play call, too, you can see the aggression right away from David Beaver, the head coach of the Colonels in his second season here at the university at the helm. Previously, the associate head coach and offensive line coach in the 10 years previous with the program. So a six-pack early on. We are just 17 seconds into this one.
And we talked about it before with Wilkes. They're not a run-heavy team. You know that they're going to be throwing the ball mostly, especially on first downs. They're not looking to get closer, having 10 yards to gain. So the fact that they're coming out flying early on with the passing game is something you really have to look out for Montclair State.
Well, the kick away now from the Colonels, who were just on the receiving end of this, and TJ Kachala for the Redhawks. His return up across the 25. And not quite the one we saw from the Colonels, but Montclair State, fair position for them to set up now, actually across the 30.
And now we get to see the first action on offense for Montclair State. I'm just going to roll through it, CJ, really quickly so the fans at home know exactly who is on the line for Montclair State. At quarterback, obviously, Luke Henrik. Running back, Chris Arnold. Receivers, TJ Kachala, John Paul Cortez, and Jalen Carter. At tight end, Mike Fano. At left tackle, Jason Murray. Left guard, Amir Awad. At center, Jack Freed. Right guard, Tom Smith. And right tackle, Ryan Whalen.
The sophomore transfer from Lehigh, Luke Henrich, takes the first snap and keeps it himself. And Henrich using his legs just as he did back in week 2. It's a first down for the Redhawks.
And unlike Cooper King, Luke Henrich loves to use his legs. On the season, 140 yards on the ground. He really wants to get his own run game going, and that's a good start for him.
And for Henrich, what a story he has, the Lehigh transfer, really getting his first consistent snap since 2022. He tore his ACL his senior year of high school, and since then has not been on the field. And a chance for him now here to take control of this offense under Coach Mike Palazzo. Well, they go play action, and they set it up deep. Got a man open. The catch is made. Down to the 10. It's Kachala.
Well, we talked about it before with Kachala, a big-time player, making a big-time play early, going down the field on the right side. Great pass there from Henrich, in stride, and a beautiful catch from Kachala.
And Kachala on the return, getting some yardage and making plays happen with his legs. And that's just a win downfield. A good ball from Henrich setting that up.
Coming into this game, only one reception for 8 yards, and he just picked up a whole chunk of yardage there on that first pass attempt from Henrich.
Just one appearance in 2022, the sophomore from Warren Hills. Now Montclair State in the red zone. Handoff is to Chris Arnold, the returning leading rusher for Montclair State, and he plunges his way inside the 10.
Talked about it before. Last homecoming was a career game for Christopher Arnold, leading in the rushing game as well, the most rushing yards he has had in his collegiate career. So he's looking to exploit that and do even more here in 2025.
Yeah, Arnold, a fair season for him so far as well, over 100 yards to begin this season. Finished around the 400 mark last year, which still led the team. Second down and 10. Henrich, the keeper, looking toward that goal line, and inside the 5, he is wrapped up.
Looked like it was number 8, Tyler Wetzel, in on the tackle. So good job there from Wetzel, and now it brings up a long third down. And CJ, we're going to see what Montclair State does here, trying to get points on the board early.
An answer is needed here from Montclair State. The way this game began, it's 3rd and goal now from the 4. Henrich looking left, fires toward the goal line. It skips up to John Paul Cortez. 4th down now coming, and we'll see if Coach Palazzo keeps his team on the field.
Yeah, Cohen Cresswell was pressuring Henrich there. I think he might have gotten a touch to it, which is why the ball kind of spiked in the ground there. And you see, look at the 3rd down struggles there for Montclair State. Ranked 7 out of 8 in 3rd down conversions within the NJAC. That's good for just under 29%.
That'll be a struggle for both teams today. Wilkes just 13% so far this season on 3rd down. 4th down, here they go. Henrich swings it out wide. Alex Rodriguez is brought down short. And what a tackle to turn it over on downs, Rob Barbieri.
Great tackle from Barbieri, was able to cut off the angle and just not getting into the end zone there was Montclair State. A great defensive stand for them. And just like that, Wilkes gets to take over from inside their 10-yard line, and they look to go back the other way and add to their lead.
And it was on 4th down, the swing pass to Alex Rodriguez, who we heard could get into the game this week. The freshman transfer from Wagner. Go to a young face there on 4th down, and what a tackle it was, just shy of the end zone. Now it will be the Colonels backed up. From the shotgun, it's a keeper for King, who just tries to work his way out of the end zone and get some breathing room. He's brought down not very far past the line of scrimmage.
CJ, this is a big defensive stand here for Montclair State, because if they can force them to go 3 and out, the chances are Montclair State will end up with good field position, possibly inside of midfield. So it's very important that out of the turnover, Montclair State tries to get a defensive stand right outside of the end zone.
First rush of the game goes to King, who is Wilkes' leading rusher, though still under 60 yards, certainly not ideal. 2nd down, they decide they'll throw, and King looking long once again. Good coverage here on the near side, Janiel Tavares, as he was looking for Juju Fears.
Yeah, we talked about it from the top, the connection of King to Fears, something to really watch out for. Looked like that time Fears had the defender beat, but Cooper King just threw it a little bit too much there, as Fears was not able to catch up to it in time.
And 2 throws, 2 balls down the field from the Colonels, clearly sensing an ability to drive that ball deep into the secondary. Montclair State feels as though its secondary is perhaps one of the strongest parts of its team. So that'll be a matchup to watch out for, especially if Wilkes can't get this run game going. Now, almost certainly a throw coming on 3rd down for about their own 2. Or Justin, do they just try to give themselves some breathing room and punt it away?
It's tough to be a little bit too aggressive in this spot here, especially for being inside the 5-yard line. If you're Wilkes, I'm thinking you're just trying to get a little bit of breathing room and just say, hey, you know, we're going to punt this thing away and not try to cause a possible safety.
3rd and 9 from the 2. And in motion, King just swings it. That's Ben Cantella who makes the catch, but shy of the sticks. And there is the senior from Wayne Hills, his first reception, not long enough.
Yeah, great wrap up there from Janiel Tavares, just preventing the 1st down. Montclair State knew exactly what they were doing. They weren't trying to rush King there to get a blitz. Instead, they were just trying to contain the 1st down marker. That's exactly what they do.
And a nice response from this Red Hawk defense. This will be a difficult punt from their own 5. Montclair State, either way, should have some pretty good field position. Pete Zaranopoulos gets it away. It is Alex Rodriguez back there to return. It was a good punt, bringing Rodriguez all the way back near his own 40, where he steps out of bounds. What a punt that was under duress.
Yeah, great job there from Zarafan Anitis. Just punting it away there, getting it across the 50. And Montclair State, even though they're from, on their own side of the field, they still have pretty good field position from around the 45-yard line. So we'll see what Montclair State does here on their 2nd possession. Of course, they went empty, obviously inside the red zone, inside the 5, trying to get that touchdown and turning it over on downs. So we'll see what Coach Palazzo has up his sleeve here on the 2nd drive.
You can see the aggression here with the Red Hawks from that first drive. Two men in the backfield for Henrich, who hands it off to Deontay Wilson. And Wilson brought down pretty much at the line of scrimmage. Wilson, a good year so far. The transfer who has come in and made an instant impact was with Robert Morris last season and has since then worked his way up and with the Redhawks, carved out a role early on.
And so far from Montclair State, of course, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 143 yards. He has been stellar in the run game, something that Coach Palazzo will definitely, or somebody that Coach Palazzo will use throughout the game.
Henrich looking, there's Kachala, oh, and couldn't hang on. That would have been good for a first down, but Kachala, who made an impressive grab there on that first drive, able to make that catch.
Yeah, that was definitely one that Kachala would like to have back, a perfectly placed ball there from Henrich. But again, you like to see that connection early between Henrich and Kachala. Those two guys really have been working together in practice, as we saw when we went to practice this past Tuesday. Those two were especially working together and trying to build their chemistry. And we're starting to see it on full display here early in the first quarter.
And the regards especially for those two sophomore receivers, TJ Kachala and John Paul Cortez, who will see a lot of time and a lot of balls their way. Third down, Henrich looking up the seam. It's Kachala again and broken up. Terrific defensive play from the safety, Ryan Opperman, the sophomore.
Yeah, Opperman was just able to just basically cut in front of the route there of number 3, TJ Kachala. Just a great job breaking up that pass attempt. And once again, Montclair State going empty-handed, and they have to punt it away and give Wilkes another opportunity on offense.
This time a 3 and out for those Red Hawks. Opperman, a strong breakup there, had an interception in the season opener, the Mayor's Cup against Kings College. It's a game in which they won. Here's a return as Rubinetti got it away, both the kicker and the punter. And he is brought down as Ramel Terry on the return there.
It was a good job from Montclair State not allowing Terry to really get any breathing room to make a big return attempt there. He probably picked up about 1 or 2 yards in total on that return, but now Montclair State once again just having to pride themselves on defense, keeping them in this game. We'll see what they do now.
Terry, a terrific playmaker. Was mostly in a returner role last season, but now on the field as a receiver as well here in 2025. King to take the snap, he swings it out wide, and there's Daniel Piga, who we saw on the return make a nice move. He picks up a couple there. It's a sophomore receiver from Dunmore, using him out of the backfield that time, though, Justin.
Yeah. And just looking at Montclair State's defense really quickly for their first string, at defensive end, Khalil Stubbs, nose tackle Jamal Williams, defensive end Dan Kikta, outside linebacker Isaiah Gurley, inside linebacker Jaquil Boyd, inside linebacker Brandon Lucia, outside linebacker Alex Buckwald. We'll go through the rest very shortly.
As the pressure comes in on King, the throw shy of the marker, but the catch is made. And once again, that is Piga.
We left off at Alex Buckwald at cornerback for Montclair State, Janiel Tavares. The 2 safeties, Ryan Visali and Bechet Sanders, and at cornerback, number 1, Umar Davis.
This Montclair State defense got beat up in week 1 against the United States Merchant Marines. Got run all over by that triple option. A little bit of a better showing in week 2, especially in that second half. Still allowing 367 yards per game. Keeper from King on 3rd and short as he spins his way across the marker. He stood up there, but looks like he got it.
And there you see one of the rare sightings of Cooper King keeping it himself. A nice QB draw there and picking up the first down, moving the chains. So good work there from Cooper King, extending the drive.
King combined in 2023 and 2024, only 135 yards. Did not see a lot of time, but in his senior season, being handed the keys to the car. Nice power there to give him a first down. They go on the ground. Quintella, he is smothered
back behind the line of scrimmage.
He might have lost about a yard or maybe 2 there. But right now for Montclair State, they're not getting too much pressure on Cooper King. We see the pass rush from Montclair State, especially Alex Buchwald, who loves to get in and make tackles for losses there. But so far, give kudos to Wilkes' offensive line for containing Montclair State's defensive line and not allowing too much pressure to go on Cooper King.
The Redhawks often a team that bring 5 toward the quarterback, at least one extra blitzer on any given play. Here comes Brandon Lucia this time. It's a short pass to the far side of the field, and another nice tackle made there.
For a second, because I got to get the shot
down near the 46-yard line.
And right on cue, that was Alex Buchwald in on the stop. And once again, CJ, a crucial 3rd down for Montclair State. They're just trying to keep Wilkes at bay after getting that touchdown on the first play of the game.
3rd down and 8. King drops back, looking over the top. Once again, the catch broken up.
Yeah, it was
well done that time by Umar Davis. Bringing up 4th down.
It was actually a free play for Wilkes as a flag was thrown.
Oh, yeah, flag to the near side.
It looked like it was Brandon Lucia who may have jumped a little bit too early, and so Wilkes, they had a free play there, but give kudos again to Montclair State's cornerbacks preventing it, and it's only a extra play for a 5-yard loss.
And so that'll make it now 3rd and 3 instead.
And then you're going to want to make sure
wisely, King able to throw that ball over the top and just take a shot.
Yeah, you never know when you have a free play. It's always good to try to sling one down the field, and who knows what can happen.
Nearly got Montclair State to jump once again. That play clock running down. King is back. King all day once again. He's looking for Terry, broken up. Ryan Vasali shutting that one down as he looks to the near side, and deep ball after deep ball coming. Finally, the Redhawks able to adjust.
Yeah, again, it's a pass-heavy team for the Colonels, especially with King. He loves to sling it down the field, but a lot of credit goes to Vasali. He was able to stay with the receiver, able to turn his head back and actually look for the ball. So great work from him, as you see it on the replay. Great job breaking up the pass attempt, going down the sideline as he was looking for number 10, Ramel Terry.
Terry did have 6 receptions against Muhlenberg last week, but only for a combined 27 yards. Did find the end zone as well. Quick slant, and the catch complete on 4th down to move the sticks. Looking once again down the field in the passing game, and it's Justin Moore this time reeling in his first reception.
And now someone that really Wilkes uses in their passing game is Justin Moore. Of course, or excuse me, actually I take it back. He's got 8 receptions for 127 yards on the season, no touchdowns. So he actually is indeed used, especially in the offense.
Moore, a lot of action out of the slot. 5'8", 160, but making a play in a dependable situation. Now a new set of downs with King once again looking long, but just sort of flips it toward the sideline and out of bounds. That time the pressure got home.
Yeah, the first target going to Maddox McCormick, number 87. 3 receptions and 22 yards on the year. And that was his first target of the game.
We're prepared now. Yeah.
Are you surprised, Justin, at the amount of first down passes that we're seeing out of this Colonel's offense?
To be honest with you, CJ, I'm not surprised because, again, Cooper King loves to throw the ball. He doesn't run too often, so the fact that he likes to throw on first down is something that I expected to see today.
This time on the RPO, it's a handoff with Ben Cantella, and a flag flies in late.
It might be a holding on Wilkes University. We'll see what the call is, but I'm looking at the offense of Wilkes, and it seems to be that they're backing up a little bit. We'll find out the call soon.
And a personal foul against Wilkes
Personal
University
foul
will
on a
back
play.
them up 15 yards. That is a potential drive killer.
It's hard to hear from the referee the official call, but it might have been maybe illegal hands or usage to the face there, which is a big loss for Wilkes University as they have to back up all the way inside the 45 and around the 43.
That is a hurtful mistake there. And this Wilkes team not immune to penalties. On average, 71 yards per game, giving it up. So now in 2nd and forever.
This is very important, especially for Montclair State. Now, given that they get the advantage of the penalty, they are in a prime position to get a stop and maybe force a punt for Wilkes. They still have 2 downs to do it, but this is a good spot for them.
2nd and 25. Certainly they'll be throwing here as it's a screen pass, near side and dropped. An uncharacteristic drop there with Piga, who we've seen time and again here in the early going.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Piga, he's getting a lot of targets early in the game. We know him as being the punt returner and the kickoff returner. So the fact that he's being used in the official offense has been interesting to see so far, but that's also one that Piga wants to have back because he had all day to run if he makes that catch on the wide receiver slip screen there.
The Colonels just trying to put the ball in the hands of their #1 playmaker, at least this week it seems, and Piga unable to hang on. So 3rd and 25. King takes 1 step of a drop, now takes off, breaks a couple of tackles, and it is Vasali paired up at the end, able to make that tackle alongside Roland King Basote. It'll be 4th.
It's a big-time tackle from Vasali because had King been able to elude Vasali, I think he had easily another 10, 15 yards ahead of him to pick up a 1st down. So great job from Vasali, able to basically trip him up in midfield, as there is a penalty on the play.
Oh, and once again against Wilkes as that flag in the backfield. My goodness, now getting back to where this drive started.
Yeah, and I agree with the decision of Coach Palazzo accepting that penalty because now that makes it 3rd down in 35. So another good stop here from Montclair State. They might have even better field position on a punt return.
Don't want to give them any thoughts of potentially going for it, especially in enemy territory. Instead, backed up inside their own 30. Redhawks showing pressure. And they'll just hand it off with Quintella dropped in the backfield. Jamal Williams getting in there. And 4th down, they'll have no choice this time but to punt it away.
Great pressure from Montclair State, bringing the house on 3rd down, not allowing Cooper King to even think about passing it as he hands it off to Quintella instead. Great job from Coach Palazzo. And just like that, Montclair State, they're going to get the ball back with a chance to possibly tie this game. Still plenty of time to go here in the 1st quarter, though, CJ. Just under 4 minutes, so a lot of time on the clock for Montclair State to do something before we head into the 2nd quarter.
Get it away once again. And the kick will roll on out of bounds right around that 40-yard line of Montclair State. They'll officially mark it at the 41. And once again, they will come on out. Well, Justin, Montclair State, a point of emphasis today from speaking with Coach Palazzo on Friday morning is those black uniforms, head to toe in black. It's the only time that they're going to wear it all season long. They've actually got matching black accessories in a lot of cases, even to make up for that, and clearly something that this program is excited about.
Yeah, Coach Palazzo, he's very superstitious. The last time that they wore the black jerseys, they actually did it twice in a season. The first time they won the game, the second time they did not. So Coach Palazzo says, hey, this is one and done. We're wearing the black jerseys today on homecoming, and you won't see it the rest of the season.
A homecoming ritual for them to wear these black jerseys, as on 1st down, Wilson, he's got nowhere to go. Dropped back at the 36-yard line. And, well, a couple of nice moves from Wilson, shaking and baking, but ultimately a loss of 3.
It looked like a man stranded on an island all by himself, just trying to juke out all of the Wilkes defenders, just had no more room to run, and instead it's a big tackle for loss from Wilkes University.
a lot of this emphasis, especially from the Colonels defensively, will be on this run game of Montclair State. Certainly they want to shut down Wilson, Arnold, Henrich, or all three. Second and long, they'll swing it out to the far side with Alex Rodriguez. It's his first collegiate catch, and he is smoked right near the line of scrimmage. That is a big hit.
It was Rob Barbieri with the big tackle for Wilkes University. Again, no breathing room for Rodriguez. So far, Wilkes University's defense has come to play, and Montclair State, they have to really find a way to break through in some capacity, because it just seems as though the offense for Montclair State has just not found a rhythm so far in the first quarter.
Barbieri, first team All-Landmark Conference in 2024, already has an interception this year, and making a huge impact here on the back end of things defensively for the Colonels. 3rd and 11. Henrich steps up. Henrich across the line of scrimmage. Henrich toward the marker. He's got the first down. It'll depend on the spot. Yes, I believe he's got it.
Again, Luke Henrich using his speed once again, getting around the edge, even had a block in front of him, which allowed him to gain an extra 5 yards and move the sticks for Montclair State.
Henrich, St. Joe's Montvale, had 4 interceptions in week 1 against the Marines, but last week bouncing back 200 total yards, 2 touchdowns, and most importantly, no turnovers. Play action. The go there is Jaden Peer, who's wrapped up. Peer could see a little bit as we have a player go down late from Wilkes.
So it was Ryan Opperman who went down for a brief moment. It looks like he's going to check out of the game. So you see the...
Man, he was blasted. Whew.
There might have been a little bit of helmet contact, but we didn't see a flag on the play, CJ. So it looks like we're just going to play on. But yeah, that was a vicious tackle there.
Big Thomas Smith coming down the train tracks. 6'6", 315.
Second down and 8 from the Wilkes 47.
Short gain there from Peer. Second down, play action. Henrich looking deep. Kachala caught! Touchdown, Redhawks!
We talked about the connection again, CJ. Henrich to Kachala, perfectly placed ball, and you even saw Kachala, he had to come back for it a little bit, getting around the defender, was able to sprawl out, big time touchdown, and just like that, Montclair State is back in this game.
Deja vu to the first drive of this football game. TJ Kachala over the top, and Montclair State has their first touchdown. And we have a flag down on the field.
Oh boy.
This will be called back for a hold. Oh goodness.
Wow. I didn't even see a flag thrown on the play, CJ. It must have came in at the last second. And the referee had other ideas calling the hold, and well, you could basically wipe away that play from Henrich to Kachala, because that was an absolute beauty of a throw.
And that certainly deflates things for Montclair State. Instead of 6, they face 2nd and 20.
I think this right here is a good section because there's a lot more students in this area.
Henrich rolling right. Henrich sidearm and just throws it out of bounds up into the seats on that far sideline.
If you're a fan of Wilkes, you got to keep your head up there, because that ball was coming in pretty hot on the throw from Henrich, going up into the bleachers. So now, just like that, after having the touchdown to Kachala, it brings up 3rd and 18. It's amazing what happens when one penalty occurs in a big spot.
Two sides of the coin. Now 3rd and 18. Pressure coming. Henrich delivers high for Cortez, a dangerous pass that was nearly picked off by Opperman, who's back in the game.
Yeah, Opperman got a hands on that one, almost came up with the interception. He probably would have had to catch it with one hand, almost like an Odell Beckham type of catch there, but in the end, Montclair State now having to punt it away after having that touchdown wiped away because of that holding penalty.
Snap is high and over the head of Ruben Eddy, and oh no! Scramble for the loose ball is picked up by Wilkes. And a crucial mistake made as the snap goes over the head of Ruben Eddy. Rodriguez Damas recovers, and Wilkes set up inside the 20-yard line for Wilkes.
We talked about special teams at the top, CJ, and of course we talked especially about last week against Lycoming, where they had the botched snap on the punt, which caused Lycoming to get a touchdown going the other way, and now you start to see that same thing happen today here on homecoming, where just one mistake sets up Wilkes in crucial and basically really dangerous field position.
They had the same mistake happen to them last week. That time it was in the end zone. This one still just as painful. And a red zone opportunity off the rip, right up the gut is Chigozie Nwosu as he plunges his way to the 2.
His first rushing attempt of the game for Owusu. And now Wilkes set up inside the 5 at around the 2 in prime position of punching in another touchdown. And it's just amazing what a turn of events this has become, especially for Montclair State, thinking that they had a 7-6 score in their favor before.
On the goal line. Flag down. Oh, no, excuse me, end of the first quarter, so these teams will flip sides, talk it over, but, well, Justin, we've got to talk about that last drive because that is the main difference in this game right now. You go from a couple of plays earlier, a long touchdown with TJ Kachala over the top from these Redhawks being on top of the world, to that hurtful turnover there, the snap over Ruben Eddy's head on 4th down.
Yeah, we talked about it again, just how one penalty can really change the complexion of a game, because that was the difference of making it a 7-6 score with a chance to even it up at 7-7 on the extra point versus now getting that holding penalty, resorting into punting the ball, and then on top of it making matters worse by having the botched snap, which allowed Wilkes to pick it up and set themselves up in prime field position. And now, starting off the second quarter, they're inside the 2-yard line with a chance to make it possibly 13-0.
And they'll have first down and goal on the 1 when we return here as play once again looking to resume. Wilkes, their offense may be a little bit spotty, but some of that passing game starting to work more than it has in previous weeks.
Yeah, the passing game so far has really worked out for them. 58 yards in the air in that first quarter. And now we get set for the second quarter here.
Under center is King. On 1st and goal, they hand it off. Quintella stopped short. No, we've got one official on the near side saying he's short. Other side saying a touchdown.
Looks like the two referees will confer with each other. It's a lengthy discussion here.
They're going to involve every last one of these officials. The 2 on the goal line, the 1 to the near side, closest to the football, marked him short. And so they are going to say that it's now 2nd and goal. Quintella did not get in. They'll just go with the same play. Quintella backing, twisting, turning, touchdown. Wilkes adds on Ben Quintella into the end zone. They capitalize off the turnover, and it's a 2-score lead for the Colonels.
Once again, Wilkes taking advantage of Montclair State mistakes, able to punch it in for the touchdown, and for Quintella, That is his first rushing touchdown of the season.
Quintella has had a slow start, but man, an absolute bowling ball back there in the backfield. 5'9", 210 pounds, the senior from Wayne Hills. On for the extra point is Volpone. He knocks it through, so 14-0 our score. That is another frustrating one there as those Colonels continue to pour cold water here on homecoming for Montclair State. This is a familiar position for them now, playing from behind, but and then once again, there's not enough ways to say it. It's those penalties and turnovers that are cursing them early.
As you see, Coach Palazzo having a talking to with his players right at around the 30-yard line, just trying to get everyone back on the same page because now they trail by 2 touchdowns. It's now go time for Montclair State to get themselves back into this game because you do not want to be down big going into the halftime break. But still 14.5 minutes to go here in the first half. And as I mentioned, CJ, once again, it's now time for Montclair State to really turn the page because their offense so far has just not been up to par. And as a result of that, they are down by 2 touchdowns.
Sims with his first touchdown of the year. Quintella with his first touchdown of the year. And it's a 14-0 lead. Wilkes on top as Janiel Tavares taking that kickoff return just across the 25, where the offense will once again resume. And a turbulent day so far for Luke Henrich in this offense. I feel like, Justin, they've looked good, just have nothing to show for it right now.
It's been the penalties that have really been the X factor in this game. It really has been. You saw it through the air. Henrich and Kachala have connected on multiple occasions, just perfect passes, but they've all been called back because of holding penalties. It's just not something you can have if you want to beat a team like Wilkes.
Cortez in motion, play fake, and Henrich, the keeper, on first down. Doesn't gain much. Fake the handoff to Wilson, and Henrich once again trying to use those legs. This time stood up.
There's Trevor Gitsky in on the tackle for Wilkes University. His first tackle of the game. And it's funny because he's lined up at around the right side here on the defensive line. It's on the last play, Gitsky was able to come all the way across and pick up Henrich in time for just picking up a couple yards there.
A gain of just 1. That time Mike Fano in motion, and they give it off to Wilson, who's once again stacked up for no gain.
The run offense for Montclair State hasn't been working so far. Once again, the linebackers of the Colonels just getting there at the right place at the right time, making the tackle. And you mentioned Wilson, once again, just not having enough breathing room to run.
Perhaps one of the strongest position groups for the Colonels is their linebacking between Tyler Wetzel and Talon Murray, both terrific talents. Justin Blake as well going to be in the game for pretty much every down. Certainly will make it difficult for the Montclair State run game. That is kind of the key matchup in this one, that run power against Wilkes' front 7. Now Henrich trying to direct traffic early on third down. He's flushed and just has to throw it away. Montclair State will go out quietly on a response. Oh no, we've got a flag in the secondary, and that certainly is in a location where you would think a defensive penalty.
Might have been defensive holding there from Wilkes University. Might have been Michael Kornick, I think, was the one that was complaining about that call, so I think he's the one that they're going to whistle for the penalty. And you're right, CJ, it was a defensive holding. Automatic first down for Montclair State.
Yeah, and if indeed against Michael Kornick III, an experienced cornerback, 25 career games under his belt, but costly third down penalty there. Instead of getting the ball back, now Montclair State moves the sticks as they give it off once again. Not for much. And just not enough leverage right now for this Montclair State run game as they look for open holes. They have not been there.
For Montclair State rushers so far in this game, Christopher Arnold has 2 attempts for just 1 yard, and Deontay Wilson 3 attempts, 0 yards. So between the 2 running backs, only 1 yard has been gained on the ground. The leading rusher has been Luke Henrich with 28 so far.
At 285 yards of rushing 2 weeks ago against Lycoming in their win. The pass there out of bounds off the hands of Peer to make it 3rd and long. They'll continue to face these 3rd and longs, not a recipe for success. Once again, a factor of this run game being shut down so early on.
And on that last play, especially with Henrich and Peer, they just seem to be not on the same page. I think Henrich called for a screen pass. Peer was a little bit late getting out to the far sideline to make the reception and have blockers in front of him, and that's why it resulted in the incompletion.
3rd and 9 as Cortez motions from the far side to the near side. Henrich back, he's looking, the catch made. And a 1st down for the Red Hawks. It's Peer who has gotten a number of targets early on. He pushes it across midfield.
Right on cue, Jaden Peer making up for the drop pass. Now making a nice completion right in the middle of the field, getting the 1st down, and they move the chains.
Jaden Peer, 1 reception for 11 yards. Coming into today's game, he saw a little bit of time in 2024 as a Wagner transfer. Henrich gives it, flag flies as Arnold is whipped down now inside the 35, but we'll see if that play stands after the flag.
I'm looking at the referee's signal. I think this might be a false start on Montclair State.
Perhaps illegal motion as they let the play run on instead of blowing it dead. TJ Kachala on the far end of the field looking for an explanation. Five-yard penalty there on 1st down. Once again, they go to the ground with Arnold. Arnold bounces it to the outside, shakes a tackler, and is brought down there as Brian Opperman once again in on the play, making a tackle back near the original line of scrimmage.
And that was the best run we saw there from Christopher Arnold so far in the game. Able to pick up 5 yards back, so that basically negates the penalty, but now it's 2nd down instead.
Basically a loss of down. Arnold staying in the game. It'll be interesting to see how they once again split the carries between Wilson and Arnold, as there he goes again on 2nd down, this time learned from by those Colonels, and only a gain of about 1 yard. Another 3rd down and long.
And again, it was Trevor Gitsky once again in on the tackle, not allowing Arnold to get any sort of room, as he was able to tackle him right back near the line of scrimmage. And you got to think here on CJ, on 3rd down, Henrich has to be looking to throw the ball in the air here.
We know that the Red Hawks between midfield and about the 20 will be ultra aggressive on 3rd and 4th down, not wanting to kick or punt in this area. And they complete it, but the ball is out. The ball is out and it's recovered by the Colonels.
The referees are coming together right now to signal if it was a fumble. I think it is, but the referees are talking about it right now. Right out at about the 30-yard line. We'll see what the call is here.
Would have been a 1st down, but ball popped loose. A Lycoming player on it, and already Coach Palazzo has thrown the challenge flag out at the feet of the officials.
Yeah, he thinks that his player was down before the ball came loose. As we look back at the play.
And it was Kachala who took a hard hit. You're right. Maybe, that was Cortez. And maybe that knee was down as we take another look. Well, that ball is out well before he hits down, so maybe that's not the case, but was he bobbling the entire time, which that would be an incompletion. So the call right now on the field is a fumble. The challenge flag was thrown by Mike Palazzo. And so the officials will head to, as our colleague Thomas Gaffney Jr. put it, the outhouse out on that far end of the field, backing up to Normal Avenue. Little shed for the replay room.
But back to the play, I do agree with you, CJ. It did look as though the ball was out, but to your point, it did also look like it was bobbled by Cortez and didn't have full possession of the ball. So it's going to be interesting to see what the referees decide as they go check out the replay.
And there is the outhouse, making its first appearance of the evening. Right now in review for a fumble would be Montclair State football. And perhaps if they call this an incompletion, which may be the argument, would not be a first down, but better than turning the football over once again via fumble.
And I got to tell you, or actually I'd rather ask you this, but do you think that the outhouse is probably better than what you would say most of the time, the replay tent in the NFL?
Let's take one more look in the meantime. So Cortez, clearly that is a catch. And as they make the move there, yeah, that ball is absolutely out. On his way to the ground. What a punch out that was right there by Tyler Wetzel. What a play to come up from behind and poke that out. And to your point, Justin, yeah, well, at least it is a brick and mortar structure, so to speak, rather than the tents that they use. Good shot there from our production crew as they get that one slowed all the way down.
I'm wondering why this decision is taking a little bit too long to rule this a fumble. I mean, I'd be surprised if this is ruled anything other than a fumble, CJ.
I would have to agree with you, Justin. And if that is the case, Montclair State will lose a challenge and a timeout. Mike Palazzo did have a successful challenge last week to end the game on the fumble that ultimately won the game for Montclair State. Brandon Lucia punching that ball out. And originally, they said that the runner was down, but Palazzo throwing the challenge flag, able to get better clarification, and they did indeed overturn that call. So 1 for 1 on his home turf this season. This will likely make it 1 for 2 as the officials now exit the shed. What a costly couple of turnovers if this does stand as a fumble.
Yeah, of course, we had the botched punt attempt earlier on, late in the first quarter. And now you have the fumble on what would have been a first down.
Yes, indeed. Football going to Lycoming.
Turnover.
What a turnover forced from Tyler Wetzel. How about getting out and making a play? The junior from Sellersville, Pennsylvania, who's had a terrific start to this season.
Yeah, just a stellar play there from Wetzel. Just reading exactly where Cortez was going, meeting him at the right place, and just able to punch the ball out at the last second. And earning Wilkes yet another offensive possession. Now their second forced turnover here in the first half.
Cooper King, shotgun snap to begin another drive here for Wilkes. They give it on the ground, a short gain. For Chibugo Chigozie Nwosu, we did see have an explosive carry earlier on this season, just 2 and change on his yards per carry, at least coming into this contest.
And of course, that first rushing attempt that he had, which set up Wilkes with prime position, getting that second touchdown. It was a 17-yard carry, and now you're starting to see him get a little bit more of a workload here in the second quarter.
they'll balance the workload between him and Quintella as they go with the RPO there and dropped. A convoy of Montclair State defenders seeping through to make that play. And it'll be 3rd down and long.
Once again, Alex Buchwald in on the stop for Montclair State. And once again, CJ, this is a big 3rd down, trailing by 2 touchdowns, with it being 3rd and 12. A big opportunity for Montclair State to get the ball back with plenty of time here in the second half.
Wilkes got some movement up front. They look deep down the field. There is no flag as the pass incomplete. Oh, and there is a flag coming at the end, likely on Tavares. They didn't get the flag up front at the line of scrimmage, but downfield it flies with a little bit of extra contact.
And Tavares just a little bit too handsy down the sideline. The pass was intended, as you see, to Juju Fears, and Fears knew exactly right away that it was defensive pass interference.
Just kind of driven out of bounds by Tavares. Never any real chance for Fears to make a play on that football. Oh, excuse me. Are they calling that?
Was it offensive?
Offensive pass interference. Justin, I am shocked at that. I thought for certain that Tavares used a little bit too much of that forearm and to drive Fears out of bounds. I didn't see any push off there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of controversial plays so far in the first half. Of course, the holding penalty, which took away the touchdown for Montclair State earlier on in the first quarter. And now, when we thought it was defensive pass interference on Tavares, instead it was offensive pass interference on Juju Fears. So, I mean, if you're Montclair State, you're very fortunate that this was called in their favor.
So they do force a Wilkes punt. And a nice response from this defense. Obviously a little bit difficult to be put in a 2-score hold and a couple of turnovers not going your way. Have to be impressed with the response of the Red Hawks. And though I thought they may be getting a first down, the Colonels, via penalty, instead they will punt it away once again with Zarafinitis.
And smartly, Coach Palazzo declined the penalty given that it was already 3rd and long, so they will punt it away.
Here comes pressure, but Zarafinitis getting it away. Back to receive the punt is Rodriguez. He breaks 1 tackle, reverses field after a second. Alex Rodriguez with 2 flags down, rolls his way out of bounds up around the 30-yard line, and we'll see if Montclair State ends up being costed some yardage.
2 different flags were thrown in by the referees, so they're going to have to sort this out and see exactly who the penalty is on.
Nice effort from Rodriguez, who didn't have much of a lane.
Yeah, he juked out the 1 defender, tried to switch fields going from left to right. Was able to pick up, I'd say, an extra 5 to 10 yards because of it, but we'll see if that stands with the penalty call.
Yeah, it's going to be a personal foul against Montclair State. So back that up 15 yards to inside the 15.
Talked about it again, CJ. The penalties have just not been good for Montclair State. It's costed them so many yards so far.
And speaking with Palazzo, something that he really wanted to limit as they give it on first down. Slam down. That time by Talon Murray. It was Wilson.
Again, Montclair State just has not established the run game. It's been so hard for them to pick up positive yardage. Again, the Wilkes defensive line has done a great job keeping them at bay.
Handoff with Wilson again. A little bit of a draw play as they push forward and end up across the 20-yard line. Well, try they might with this run game, but continuing to force third downs, Wilkes defense.
And I'm surprised, especially on 2nd and long, Coach Palazzo elected to run it for a second time. As there's a flag before the snap.
And TJ Kachala pointing in the other direction.
Both teams look like they're standing around not knowing who the penalty is on here.
Came from the near sideline. A lot of discussion between these officials early on in this game. Throughout this first half.
You think they're asking each other how their day's been so far during,
I think
during
so,
these conversations?
What kind of food truck they got out to, and if they got on the zip line.
Well, you know who was on the zip line today? Our colleagues Wyatt Lardieri and Vincent Picone. They had a grand old time getting on that zip line earlier today.
As in the encroachment or offside, the call against Wilkes. So a 5-yard penalty that will give Montclair State a first down.
So far, that is the 4th penalty of the game against Wilkes University. And out of those 4 penalties, that has cost them 40 yards so far to this point.
Henrich, new set of downs. They play fake and they get it out wide where the catch is made. Picking up a couple of yards is Cortez.
And for Cortez, that is his 2nd reception of the game, putting him in double figures in yardage gained.
Cortez, first team All-Shore Conference in high school from none other than Freehold High School, where right beside me Justin Randell was back in the day. Handoff, not for much. And this Colonel's interior doing such a great job at battling against an oversized offensive group with Montclair State. Certainly they felt as though they had the size advantage coming into this one.
And we also talked about it once again, just up front for Wilkes University, having a big-time player at 6'1" was Nathan Ruther, who has been in on pretty much every single tackle so far to this point in the game.
Frederick Mwayu also doing a good job, as now on 3rd down. No choice but for Henrich to just throw that one into the dirt. Justin Blake in pursuit and nearly came up with a sack. 4th down.
The Colonels brought the house once again on 3rd and 5. And to your point against CJ, all Henrich could do is just fling the ball up and hope for a play down the side, but not one Montclair State player was able to come away with it. And once again, the Wilkes defense stands strong and forces Montclair State to punt it away yet again.
Keep an eye on this snap now following the botched play from a couple of drives ago. This time it is a good snap, and Rubinetti kicks it away. Fair catch called, and fair catch made by Ramel Terry right around the 32-yard line, where Wilkes will take over on offense, already up 14-0.
And this is a very important 5 minutes and 39 seconds, CJ, because right now Montclair State, they're down 14-0. A chance for Wilkes to come down the field and possibly go up 3 touchdowns. And then on top of it as well, they will receive the ball to start the second half, I believe. Actually, no, excuse me, no, it's the other way around. Wilkes did start with the ball in the first quarter.
Then flip that on its head and say, well, big defensive possession now where Montclair State, if they get a stop, could have a chance to double dip, so to speak, where you score at the end of the half and then get the football with a chance to tied the football game up after the intermission. Punt last drive for the Colonels. They'll hand it off on first down with Chigozie Nwosu. About a yard gain there.
And for the most part, both teams haven't established the rushing game. Only for Wilkes, 19 yards on the ground. Montclair State was 16, so it's been fairly even to this point. What's really hurt Montclair State has been the passing game from King, especially down to his main target, Juju Fears. Those two have connected well so far in the first half, and we expect to see more of that as we come to a close in the second half and as well as, or in, excuse me, in the second quarter and leading into the second half.
Throwing on second and long, it's King scrambling out of the pocket. A couple of flags fly in. A nice move as King dives toward the marker. He comes out about a yard shy, and we'll check up on those flags back at about around the 30-yard line. So a 10-yard penalty there. We'll push Wilkes back. It's another just crucial penalty that we've seen, these drive killers time and again.
Yeah, especially for King. He was right at the sticks, as you mentioned, CJ. So the fact that a holding penalty was called pretty much negates that and ends up making it third and long. And actually with the penalty, it now makes it second and long.
Yeah, second down and 19 rather than third and 1. The two receivers bunched on the near side. Second down and 19. Here comes the pressure. King shakes a man, works his way toward the sideline. Back near that original line of scrimmage. Could have been much, much worse as facing big-time pressure, King able to escape there.
And for King so far, for him rushing, 2 attempts, only 5 yards gained overall. But as you mentioned, again, that could have been a lot worse for Montclair State. So a good job by them to force King to roll out towards the out-of-bounds line. And now it sets up third and long once again for Wilkes.
Jose Tahiro nearly had him. Notched his first career sack last week. True freshman, that is, Tahiro. Back in again on third down, and this play blown dead. Timeout taken by the Colonels. So they'll go to the sideline facing third down and 10 with 3:46 to go in the half.
That was the first timeout used by Wilkes here in the first half. So they still have 2 more remaining, plus the 2-minute warning as well. So they still have plenty of time to go down the field. But again, CJ, third and long, and Coach Palazzo pulling his team together as well, just trying to preserve, being here on third down, basically a crucial stop for Montclair State if they want to have any chance to tack on some points heading into the halftime break. But again, so far on third down, Montclair State has done a fairly good job defending that. We talked about it at the top, how they had their struggles, especially on third down. But so far today, they've done a pretty solid job of containing Wilkes' offense. It's just been the penalties that have really cost them so far.
1 for 5 on third down is Wilkes. They did go 1 for 1 on a fourth down conversion. And well, Justin, we kind of talked about it, that this would be a struggle between both of these teams as we work on through the game. But Montclair State, in 5 drives, has 7 third downs. Now they'll try to force the Colonels to try to bring it back in their direction and once again put the power in the hands of Luke Henrich. A rollout to the right from King on third down. He lofts down the field. A terrific effort from Terry, but he's out of bounds.
That was a great catch from Terry. Just unfortunate that he was out of bounds, but you saw him just sprawl to the outside. And now, CJ, you mentioned 1 for 5. Now it's 1 for 6 on third downs. Montclair State doing an excellent job containing Wilkes' offense in these situations. And still plenty of time, 2 timeouts for Montclair State, 3:39 on the clock, plus the 2-minute warning. So time is not a factor, or an issue rather, for Montclair State here in the closing moments of the first half.
Absolutely right. The incompletion certainly helps. Now 4th down and 10. Kick away. Rodriguez backtracking inside his own 20. He's got to make a couple of moves to free himself. Flag comes in late as Rodriguez goes out of bounds. Make that 2 flags on the near side. And that may be another 15 to once again back up the Redhawks in their own zone. Yet another costly penalty if this stands.
I think there was one hold in the back, if I'm not mistaken, on Montclair State, just as Rodriguez stepped out of bounds, and that's when the late flag threw in. Not sure about the other flag, however. The referees will sort this one out.
Both in a similar area. One came from the near side, an official, and one from the far side. Yeah, illegal block in the back. Montclair State will begin potentially their final drive of the half here, just past the 10.
As you see the hold right there in the back from Montclair State, pleading his case, but in the end the referees saw something different. And once again, Montclair State, who brought the ball past the 20-yard line, now backed up inside the 10 and around the 9. And again, just penalties have cost Montclair State so much yardage so far.
Justin, I don't know about you. It feels like neither team, even with Wilkes up 14-0, neither team has found their offensive rhythm in this one.
No, it's just really been the big plays on offense that have really carried it, especially for Wilkes. You know, you saw the 2 big plays, obviously the first play of the game resulting in a touchdown for the Colonels, but since then, there just hasn't been an offensive flow for either side, CJ.
Well, they'll have to go 91 yards for a score to cut this lead in half. 3:28 on the clock. It's Arnold on first down, and Arnold getting downhill. Bursting into the secondary and picking up 12 for a Montclair State first down.
And that's exactly the kind of start Coach Palazzo was looking to see from his offense. It was the first big-time run, per se, for Montclair State's run game for Chris Arnold. And now they look to continue that momentum. As you mentioned, 91 yards. They have to go the distance if they want to cut this lead in half. But once again, a good start for Christopher Arnold.
Nearly doubled the rushing yards on just one play. Again, Arnold on the handoff from Henrich. Picking up a few. And up across the 25-yard line. Now under 3 minutes to go. For Montclair State so far, turnover on downs, punt, fumble, fumble, punt to get them to where they are now. We've seen the success on the deep shots, though one resulted in no points and the other one was called back by penalty, both deep balls to TJ Kachala. Henrich play action on second down. Here comes the pressure and dragging him down, Justin Blake.
We have mentioned Justin Blake so much in the first half. And that right there was his first sack of the game, and it couldn't have come in a big-time spot for Wilkes University. And now Montclair State forcing a 3rd and long.
And a timeout taken. A 2-minute warning here on Sprague Field, with Montclair State set to face now a 3rd down and long. So you get the first down. It's a good way to start off your drive, and then from there you you get a handoff on first, and Justin Blake kind of disrupting any plans that they had from there.
And I was very surprised. You saw the big run from Chris Arnold getting that first down, and then Coach Palazzo went right back to the run once again. So it almost seemed as though Wilkes was expecting the run once again. So I was a little bit surprised to see that. But then, of course, on second down, Henrich tried to roll out, and Blake was right there to wrap him up for a big-time sack there. So we're going to have to see what Coach Palazzo draws up out of the 2-minute warning here on a 3rd and long.
The junior from Hudson Catholic, maybe a little bit undersized for a linebacker, 190 pounds, but can absolutely fly. And We've seen the athleticism in the backfield multiple times. 3rd and 18 coming with Montclair State. From their own 14, they need 18 yards for a Red Hawk first down. And they will throw. Henrich looking toward the outer boundary. The catch is made by Jaden Peer. It's near the marker, and Justin, knowing Coach Palazzo, this at least has to make you think. We'll see where they spot it. It appears to be just short.
Yeah, we have to see where they mark it. But you're right, CJ, it is short of the marker, but they have the ball spotted at the 30. The first down marker looks to be at around the 32. And they're going to go.
Wow. Big play call early on. 4th down and 2 from their own 30. And a timeout.
This is a smart timeout from Coach Palazzo. He wants to talk this over because this is a big-time 4th down, especially being on your own 30. You know, another turnover, and you're setting up Wilkes in prime position with still plenty of time on the clock. So this is a major call for Mike Palazzo to see if he's really going to go for it, or he might try to see if he could draw Wilkes offside and earn themselves a free first down.
We know that Mike Palazzo loves to be aggressive with the football on the offensive side of things. They might be a little too far from the sticks to be able to trust that run game. So with potentially a pass play coming, really has to make you reconsider potentially what this may be as you see the 3rd down play. And nice work from the Red Hawks. I expected at least a run and a punt playing that style. And instead they are going to bring the punt team out here on 4th down. So all they really did was stop the clock by going out of bounds to help out Wilkes.
Yeah, it preserves them an extra timeout, but I do agree with the decision for Coach Palazzo to punt it away. You don't want to take that risk of turning it over on downs once again and giving Wilkes good field position.
Rubinetti boots it. A short catch made by Terry as he slides up near the 45. That is where Wilkes will take over. And the Colonels defense once again doing its thing. A sack from Justin Blake set that up, and although Montclair State tried to come out there on 4th down, thought about it, ultimately electing to trust their defense.
Once again, CJ, the defense, they have to try to step up here with 1:51 on the clock, because this is the difference of being down possibly 17-0 or even 21-0 going into the halftime break. Montclair State does receive the ball to begin the second half, but this is a big spot for Montclair State to try to get a stop going into the break.
From their own 44, Cooper King on first down gives with Cantella, who barrels forward, picking up about 5. Cantella, somebody who just seems to always fall forward on the end of his runs, Justin.
We have seen that in the past, CJ, but today for Cantella, he's only had 4 attempts for 1 yard total in this game, so he hasn't really found the consistency in the run game. That was his best run of the game for about 5 yards there.
Trusted back on the goal line and in short yardage situations. A little bit of a surprise handoff there as King drops back on second down. Pressure! Down he goes! Getting into the backfield and making the play, Jaquil Boyd.
That is Boyd's first sack of the game. And he's not known for his sacking ability for Boyd, but in that time, he actually does get in and make the stop. And that's a big-time sack as there's under a minute to go in the first half.
Boyd's first sack of his 2025 season, the junior from North Brunswick. Finished second on the team in tackles last year. Now 3rd and 10. Back is King. Far side of the field, he's got a man diving and unable to make the catch is Terry. They once again go after Tavares on that far side, but nicely defended by Montclair State, who will force a 4th down the other way.
So Montclair's defense, they stepped up to the task. They got the stop. There's only 22 seconds to go on the clock as we look back at that play down the far side of the field. Had he even made the catch, he probably would have still been out of bounds regardless. But back to what I was saying, CJ, a big-time stop once again for Montclair State. They most likely don't have enough time to try to go down the field and try to earn maybe a field goal and get on the board. But at the worst, it seems as though Montclair State will be down by 2 touchdowns going into the break.
Punt gets away. Rodriguez calls the fair catch and secures it. 16 seconds on the clock. We'll see what they do here, but would figure that this next play will potentially be the final of the half.
So you got to think here, again, CJ, 16 seconds on the clock. Does Montclair State possibly take a knee and just go into the halftime break, or do they even run a legitimate play here?
They are in the shotgun. Henrich with Arnold next to him. They throw it to Cortez. Cortez makes a short catch, flipped up at the 19-yard line with 9 seconds to go. And the clock stopped as Montclair State wants to take a timeout. Well, Justin, they clearly do want to try to see if they can at least break off a big one here before the end of the half.
Yeah, I like the idea from Coach Palazzo. We've seen crazy things happen in football in the closing seconds of a half, so we'll see exactly what Coach Palazzo draws up here out of the timeout. That is Montclair State's final timeout of the half as well.
The final timeout, and just interesting there. And an end of half situation, long way to go. They throw the quick curl route with Cortez.
But you just have to be smart, CJ, if you're Montclair State. You don't want to mess around, have an errant throw, and maybe have Wilkes come back the other way and try to return it for a touchdown. So you have to be very smart here to not do anything that's too risky.
Dropping back once more with Henrich. Likely one of the final plays as he throws out of bounds. Once again looking for Cortez, and that'll leave 3 seconds for a final snap.
It was a good idea on the out route there, looking for Cortez. Just between Henrich and Cortez, just not able to get on the same page there. But I like the play call from Coach Palazzo.
Trying to take one and get out of bounds real quick, just to give you as much of an opportunity to break one off. They've still got a long way to go from their own 19. The final play of the half, they give it off with Arnold as Arnold turns upfield. He's across the 40, lowers the shoulder there, and is knocked down at the 41 to bring us to the end of this first half. The teams will head to the locker room. It is a 2-score lead for Wilkes.
So good job once again by Montclair State, able to get the stop late. They will go into the break down 14-0, but they will receive the ball to begin the second half, and it'll be interesting to see how Coach Palazzo basically constructs their offense coming out of the break, because they really got to find something, in the offensive game if they want to get back into this game as a whole.
And while they certainly look better there to end the half, a couple of comfortable plays, they still just never quite got into that rhythm that they were looking for and that they found in the second half against Lycoming.
But like I said, a 2-touchdown difference is not something to be too crazy about. It's a 2-possession game, and you still have another 30 minutes to play. So I'm sure Coach Palazzo is going to talk to his team, try to figure out some new strategies to get the offense going.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the penalties, another thing, the turnovers, it's just mistake after mistake. And as much as they want to stay in this game, their defense has done a good job, aside from obviously that kick return and then long touchdown. But Montclair State, above all else, needs to limit their mistakes.
Yes, 100%. They got to figure it out in the locker room. I'm sure that Coach Palazzo is going to have his team ready to go out of the break, and I expect to see some different results when they come out.
Well, as was the case in half one back in week 2, Montclair State facing a multi-score deficit. We'll see they have their work cut out for them in the second half. While we wait here at intermission, we'll send it back to the set with Vincent Picone, who's standing by. Vincent?
Well, guys, we have had a first half of not so great action for these Red Hawks, but let's still take a look at the highlights from the first half. On the opening kickoff, Wilkes wide receiver Daniel Piga. All right, well, I mean, you look around right now, the vibe has been great around here. Rocky's over here with one of some of our own. Look, and here comes Rocky right now. I think we're going to run highlights, but hey, here's Rocky! And the vibe has been good down here, right, Rocky? Yes, very, very good with Rocky. It's been a good vibe. It's been a great vibe. The game has not been the way that it's wanted to go, but right now it's been a lot of fun. Rocky, no rain this year, right? A couple drops, but it's been a lot of fun, right? Do we think Montclair is going to be able to pull this one out? Oh, yeah. Well, if Rocky says it, then it's definitely going to happen. He doesn't lie. The bird doesn't lie. Well, Rocky, we hope you have a great rest of your game, and we'll see you later. Hey, they're going to come out, right? There we go. And Rocky never lies. There's been a lot of fun stuff going on around campus. And let's take a look at these amazing highlights. Starting in the first half. On the opening kick, Wilkes wide receiver Daniel Piga rushed the ball for 44 yards down the field before getting out of bounds. Not the best way to start off the game. Just one play after, the Colonels scored. And then the next play, the Colonels scored the first touchdown of the game with a 38-yard pass to Jana Sims, making it 7-0. Still in the first quarter, Luke Henrich threw an amazing 51-yard pass caught by TJ Kochel for a first down. And a deep ball like that are explosive plays CJ was looking forward to seeing. On the 2nd and 8, the Redhawks did reach the end zone with Kachala. However, due to a 10-yard penalty on holding, the score was called back, keeping Montclair at 0. Now, we're right now at a 14-0 game. But just as CJ said, they've been out in this spot before, and it's nothing that they can't get out of. We saw them down by this against Lycoming, and we know the end result of that game. They come back, they win 27-24. Can Coach Palazzo's crew come out and do the exact same? As Coach Palazzo says, they don't lose on homecoming. Trying to make a statement of reality here for homecoming. As we continue to look around campus, cheerleaders, our dance team is on the field right now, giving everyone a show, and looking forward to the second half. Can they be able to come out and score? We talked, I think CJ was perfect for saying this offense needs to be explosive. It's something that we really haven't seen so far. Henrich has been throwing the ball a lot more. Yes, he leads the team in rushing, but this is a player, this is a quarterback that we don't see throw the ball as much. In the last 2 games, he's had 8 completions in each of them. Now he's trying to keep on continuing that streak. And now back, listen, while football gets ready for action, let's fly over to see our other sports.
Athletics have been busy on the campus this fall.
let's give a quick update on how the Red Hawk teams are doing. Starting off with volleyball, who couldn't have gotten off to a better start. 6-0, their best start since 1998. Rookie setter Lucy Cornelius has made her mark as well, already notching her first NJAC Rookie of the Week award. In that 4-game span, Cornelius tallied 10 kills, 43 digs, and 125 assists. As of Saturday morning, Cornelius leads the team with 294 assists. Going over to women's soccer, as of this morning, sophomore forward Samira Lukovic leads the way with 4 goals, while forward Mackenzie Albert and NJAC Offensive Player of the Week Isabel Cronau are close behind with 3 of their own. Cronau on the outside, sends it over. Goal Montclair! Goal Montclair, the equalizer!
Cronau to Albert, sends it in. This game's knotted up at 1.
Along with Cronau, goalie Solange Bell also received NJAC honors on the defensive side of the ball, leading the way with 14 saves. All of these standouts have played a big part in coach Patrick Notter collecting his 200th career win in his 17th year of coaching after a 4-0 victory against Moravian University. The strong start continues as we move on to men's soccer. Transfer Danny Tobin from NJCU has slotted right into the striker role for the Redhawks, leading the way with 5 goals. Graduate student transfer from Ryder, Diesel Fiore, has led a lockdown defense for the Redhawks this season, receiving NJAC Defensive Player of the Week honors through 2 games with 5 saves, 2 shutouts, and 2 wins. Through the 26, he's only allowed 2 goals in 8 games this season. Field hockey has started their season rebuilding. After losing 9 players from last season, Coach Eileen O'Reilly is working to get the most out of this young core. One of their top players has been sophomore goalie Sydney White, who has won NJAC Defensive Player of the Week for her performance against number 12 ranked Cortland and number 19 ranked Massachusetts Institute of Technology, recording 13 saves and a win percentage over .9, and a shutout victory to her name. To date, White has an outstanding 57 saves on the season. Her play is going to be crucial for the Redhawks if they want to turn this season around. Cross country started its season with 2 races against TCNJ, finishing in 2nd place in the blue and gold season opener and 1st place in the Herb Lawrence Invite. Senior Abigail Churchill took 1st with a little over 19 minutes in her 5K, with sophomore Lillian Snyder finishing not too far in 2nd. In the Osprey Open, Abigail Churchill continued her dominance, breaking a school record, becoming the first in program history to finish below 23 minutes in the 6K. Well, folks, now we've talked about all the sports on campus. We now have a fall sports legend, Mr. Montclair, who's still being called Mr. Montclair even after graduation, Nick Burgess. Nick, how are we doing?
Good, how are you?
It's phenomenal. How's your homecoming return been?
It's been good. I've seen so many alumni, I've seen coaches, I've seen players just showing a lot of love. It's been a great environment.
Does it feel a little weird for you going from on the field during homecoming to now on the stands?
I miss it. I had so many good homecoming performances. We went I think 2-1 in our career here at homecoming, so I definitely miss it a bunch. But it feels a little bit weird, but I still miss it so much.
Well, you wore number 0. In our pregame, we talked about the legend of Nick Burgess and how Alex Buchwald has taken it. Just can you talk a little bit about the person that Alex Buchwald is and how he resembles everything that the number 0 holds?
Yeah, for sure. Alex is great. He leads by example, does everything the right way. He is a vocal leader. He also continues to just push guys to their limit. I played with Buchwald for 3 years, and he was a great leader even when he wasn't the captain. And now he's the captain, and now he's the number 0. So he's living up to it. He's doing great so far.
And it's been fantastic to watch him play. Another big thing that's now coming to Montclair this year is the Breakfast Bowl.
Yep.
I mean, you got to play in the inaugural Breakfast Bowl. Now to have it at Sprague Field, how do you think the guys are going to do here?
It'll be an exciting environment. Rowan had it popping when we played over there. I think it'll be great here. We got to advertise it a bunch, but I'm excited for it. You know, Pat Rule is coming in town. Great coach over there, Rowan. Great team over there, so it'll be exciting.
It looks like it's going to be such a fun time.
Yep.
And the team has been so electric. I mean, first of all, they are down by 2 scores right now. But, you've said that you've been at every game. So we saw the Lycoming game. They were able to come back and win 27-24. How do you think they come back in this one?
Our biggest thing is how do you respond? That's one thing we say in our program a bunch. So just responding every single play, one play at a time, that'll be the way to win the game.
And I feel like a big question is, so we always talk about it here of what is Coach talking about in the locker room? Well, you know firsthand what Coach is talking about in the locker room. Can you give us a little snippet of maybe what Palazzo's going over right now with the crew?
So the biggest thing I say is Coach is definitely calm. He wants to stay calm at halftime, calm demeanor. And he's also saying we have to be more aggressive and make sure it's controlled. And he's also just preaching to the guys, stay together, stay together, stay together. It'll play out for a long run.
Awesome. Now, Nick, we've talked about football, we've talked about breakfast bowl and everything, but first of all, how's post-grad been treating you? You were such a vocal student when on campus, and now that you've graduated, just continuing it.
Oh man, it's been interesting. I definitely do miss being at Montclair, being on campus, being a part of events, playing football as well, but there's more to life than football. It's been great so far. I'm working at Morgan Stanley, embracing that every single day, trying to get back to the program, but it's been awesome.
Awesome. Well, Nick, thank you so much for coming on. And we hope you have fun with the second half. We hope that, Coach Palazzo's speech is able to bring them back in and number 0 is able to come back.
For sure. Thank you guys for having me. You guys are awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Have fun in the stands. And as we continue to look around campus here, there's been a lot of fun things. We got to look up at the alumni barbecue earlier, and it's been such a fun time. Brisket fries are up there. I'm still waiting. I'm hoping that CJ will get me some in just a little bit for whatever comes for this team. Could not tell you. But as we continue, lots of things to come for this team. Down 14-0. Luke Henrich right now with 14 or 50 yards rushing, continuing to move the chains a little bit, trying to get something done. We'll continue to see what goes on campus here at halftime. Another big thing is the crowds here have been fantastic. The crowds have been fantastic. No rain this year, so my coat is the exact same color as it was when I put it on, which is a shocker to me, an absolute shocker. But no rain. The weather has held up pretty well. It was drizzling just a little bit before, but now as we continue here, the weather has continued to look good, and the players have looked amazing wearing their black uniforms. As CJ said earlier, they're only wearing their black uniforms once this year. Coach Palazzo has talked to us, and he said that they wore them twice in years past, now only wearing them once because they only win on homecoming with them, and feels that they're a curse when not wearing them. But as so much to still look around, Wilkes has been absolutely fantastic. They've looked like a great team right now, but again, you look back at that Lycoming game, and it's an entirely different story. It might be the exact same story of you have to come back from 2 scores here and continue to make a big change. Can Montclair be? As we continue to look around. And we talked about fall sports earlier. Well, Montclair's volleyball team won both of their matches today. It is crucial that they won them. Had an incredible game against Montclair, in Madison, winning both matches. And that's exactly what you want to see from that volleyball team, being able to really do great things in big situations. As they continue, and now we see the team coming back on the field, the Colonels coming back on. Montclair is trying to come out of this hole looking to do something great with time not necessarily on their side. All right. Well, now we are here with another guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Nasir Fisher.
Well, Nasir, how's homecoming been for you so far?
It's been great.
Have you seen any big? What have you seen from this game so far?
I mean, I'm not liking the score, but I feel like we got it in us to come back.
Coming back into the game, what do you think Coach Palazzo's crew is going to do to turn this game around?
It definitely starts on the defensive end, and then the offense just got carried on.
How about Luke Henrich? I mean, the QB has been very good so far. He's been rushing for 50 yards. Do you see him rushing for 50 more in the second half? What do you think's coming on?
Nah, I feel like he got it in him to go for 50 more.
All right, well, give us a prediction here because we have to know. How do you see this game ending for Montclair?
I feel like we got to come back winning us. The score right now is 14-0, but I feel like we're going to come back, bring it 21-14.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming on with us, and we hope you have a good second half. We're going to toss it up to CJ and Justin right now for the rest of halftime.
Thank you very much, Vincent, as we are back now in half number 2, as both of these teams starting to take the field again. 14-0 in favor of the Wilkes Colonels. And Justin, well, Montclair State outgaining Wilkes by plenty of yards, but it's just too many mistakes right now that are hurting them in the end.
It's been the major mistakes. You mentioned it, CJ. Obviously, Montclair State on the offensive side, they've done a pretty good job of getting the big-time plays, but as you mentioned, it's been the turnovers that have really caused the issue so far for them, but they really have to turn it around in the second half. We talked about the fumble on the botched snap as well, and then you talk about, obviously, the touchdown that was called back with TJ Kachala on that pass from Luke Henrich, and that was a major focal point in this game because they could have tied it at 7 apiece, and now instead they trail 14-0.
Just a couple of plays difference with that. I mean, from Kachala, from tying this game up potentially at 7 to now on the other side of things, you get the 10-yard holding penalty, and a couple of plays later, obviously, we see what happens there with the snap going over the head of Rubinetti, ultimately costing them a lot more yards and ultimately handing over a touchdown as well, Justin. That's a 14-point swing that has made this game what it is.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Montclair State because we talked about it with Coach Palazzo when we met with him. He hates turnovers, absolutely hates it, and the fact that, especially on homecoming, 2 turnovers have led to 2 touchdowns for Wilkes. It's not a good sign for them, and they got to find a way to come out of the second half here with a bang, and they received the ball to start the second half as well. So what better way to get yourselves back into the game than having a great opening drive to kick off the second half?
Justin, here is that chance for Montclair State now coming out of the half and having that opportunity to talk and to ultimately pull it together. As you see now, the players now taking the field. Justin, it's been a game where things haven't gone right, and it feels like a game where you've done a lot of things right. Ultimately, it doesn't end up going your way. Well, we saw last week or 2 weeks ago in their last game, trailing 24-10, delivering a 49-yard touchdown to Jalen Carter over the top, ultimately sparking a 17-point unanswered run to end the game and to give Montclair State a 27-24 win. What can we see from them now on this second half, the first drive to open them up?
I want to see more passing plays. I mean, we talked about it before. The passing game has been great so far for Montclair State. They've connected on so many deep ball passes, and once again, it was just the turnovers that called it back. So I don't want them to shy away from continuing to throw the ball, especially with Luke Henrich. He has such a great arm and a great connection with his receivers. You want to see that on full display. It comes down to the turnovers. I keep reiterating it, and it can't be stressed enough how that's really cost them, and them having 0 points at the halftime break.
That costly fumble from John Paul Cortez as well, costing them a potential drive and points as well as they were moving the football down the field when that occurred. And once again, we want to thank our production and our control room for pulling that together. Clearly that ball was out before he hit the ground, and the call backed that up. Now coming in to this second half with this young team, they're going to make mistakes, and I think part of Coach Palazzo's job is to embrace that, but to also at halftime redirect them. We spoke to him yesterday morning, and he said, you know, the vibe at halftime against Lycoming was not at all stressed or angry or confused. It was instead a calming presence in which they were able to pull themselves together and ultimately come out with a win, which we know ended up working out in that case once again speaks to this culture that we've seen. It doesn't seem like any moment becomes too big for them, even when trailing by 14.
And that's exactly what you want to point out, especially from a coach. You don't want your players feeling a little bit stressed in halftime when you're trailing in a game. You want them to feel cool, calm, and collected when you're down. So it's really important that Montclair State just keeps a level head and gets ready to go in the second half, because they're still well within reach of coming back in this game. It's just 2 possessions, and you have 30 minutes to play. It sounds very simple, but it's really hard to do that. But with a team like Montclair State and Coach Palazzo, you know he always has something up his sleeve to get his team back in the game.
And by the way, 5 penalties for 50 yards does not help the cause for Montclair State. Pretty much even on the other side with Wilkes, who has also made plenty of penalties, plenty of mistakes. It's just been the costly ones like turnovers. They've been able to limit those, even with Cooper King's 4 interceptions already this season.
Yeah, and obviously Cooper King has not thrown an interception so far in this game. And of course, 4 interceptions in 3 games is not a great ratio. You know, Coach Palazzo is really hoping that Montclair State can somehow jump a route and pick him off, because he's prone to throwing those interceptions. But right now, Montclair State's defense has done a great job. We haven't talked about them enough. They're keeping their team in this game. Every time that the Montclair State has caused a turnover, it seems as though Montclair State's defense has been up to par in keeping them well within reach. So it's really important to see Montclair State continue that momentum on the defensive end as well.
They remained aggressive until the end of the half. Even with 20 seconds to go in the half, they tried to pull together a drive to scour for any points that they could get. And they'll get the ball to open up half number 2. Kick is away and a deep one, but Janiel Tavares will take it out from about the 1-yard line. Tavares across the 20 and lassoed there at the 27.
A good run back there from Tavares. Fielded the ball from inside the 5 and was still able to get out near the 30, so a good return there. And again, CJ, we talked about it as we came back from the break. This first drive for Montclair State is super important for them if they want to get back in this game.
And we talked about the passing attack. The young wide receiver core also should be mentioned that Anthony Roger and Alex DeMalo, 2 trusted receivers, are out with injury right now, and they'll be out for some time, leaving this young group. And even Roger played last week. Handoff on first down. And up to about the 29-yard line before the tackle is made. That's Chris Arnold, who had himself a nice end of the half.
Yeah, Chris Arnold at the halftime break, 7 attempts for 46 yards. Pretty solid. His longest run was for 20 yards. So they're hoping that they can utilize him here in the second half as well as the passing game.
Even Arnold, in his case, a lot of wildcat run last week with him. They love to get him involved in different ways, but a lot of that comes with getting across midfield, which those opportunities coming few and far between. Once again, it's Arnold. Arnold breaking loose. Arnold across midfield, breaking away. Foot race, 20, 10, touchdown, Red Hawks!
We talked about it before, CJ. Getting the run game going as well as the passing game, and Christopher Arnold delivers in a big moment. Montclair State, just like that, is back in the game on a huge touchdown run from him.
And in a matter of plays, this has flipped on its head.
As you see him celebrating along with his teammates down the side, a big-time play from a big-time player in Christopher Arnold. As you look back at the run right now, just breaking loose down the right side, CJ, and there was no way that they were going to catch him. He is lightning fast. He took it to the house like it was nothing, and Montclair State is right back in this game.
The longest run for the career of Chris Arnold. And the extra point up and good. Well, this place is alive. Going into the half, quiet, coming out loud, and clearly some adjustments being made by Coach Palazzo and these Red Hawks.
We said Montclair State needed to come out with a spark to begin the second half, and it only took just a minute and 1 second for Montclair State to cut this lead in half. And CJ, we got ourselves a ball game.
70 yards. They've been setting up that home run ball all game.
That now takes Christopher Arnold over 100 yards from the ground, a total of 119. And man, oh man, they couldn't have happened in a bigger spot for his team. And just like that, the crowd is so rejuvenated. You know, we were looking at the crowd going into the halftime break. It just seemed like a couple of, lopsided faces. But now coming out of the break, Montclair State does exactly what they needed to do. And you saw the fans getting up on their feet as soon as he crossed the line there, and a big-time touchdown.
Christopher Arnold's best game of his career came on homecoming last season. The game against Union College got up over 70 yards and got into the end zone. Well, that's exactly what he did on that last run by itself, as a couple of flags down on the kickoff.
We'll wait to see exactly what the call is from the referees.
You would hate to, once again, damper this burst of energy from Montclair State with laundry on the field as the officials converge. A lot of long discussion after some of these flags today, perhaps getting the right player or making sure that they enforce the rule correctly.
And that's another focal point, CJ, as well. We have to talk about how they just have to stay away from committing penalties. It really hurts your team, especially in a tight football game that it is right now. You don't want to give up the extra yardage to any opponent, whether you're Wilkes or Montclair State. But like you said, CJ, in that first half, we saw a lot of flags thrown, and it really cost both sides.
And still talking about this. Flags are up around the 40, as are the officials.
And usually when you see long discussions, it usually results in there being no flag. But I think in this case, there probably will be a decision made by the referee as he makes his way over to the Montclair State area towards midfield.
And it goes against the kicking team. A personal foul against Montclair State. Justin, I believe there were actually 3 flags down on that. I think 3 total being enforced. And I think this is going to result in a re-kick.
That's what it looks like, which actually is probably the best case scenario because, as you mentioned, the referee called for a personal foul that usually results in a 15-yard penalty. So the fact that there was fouls on both sides and having a redo kick, I think that is to the benefit of Montclair State.
They had offsides on Montclair State, a personal foul against Montclair State, and then a penalty as well against Wilkes that will force the redo. So those offsetting penalties will send Rubinetti back to the 35.
On the return from Pega before, he got across the 30, which is something that Montclair State does not want to happen again on the re-kick.
Short kick from Rubinetti. This time they go to the other side with Terry. Terry across the 30 and brought down about the 42-yard line. Good field position. Rubinetti not getting a ton of leg on that one.
And now once again for the first possession out of the halftime break for Wilkes University on offense, led by once again Cooper King. And we talked about it before. The first possession in the first half for Wilkes was, I'd say, a pretty good one, CJ. 1 play, 1 touchdown. And for Montclair State, I don't think they want that to happen again.
No, certainly not. This is sort of that shot territory once again that we saw, obviously about 15 yards further down the field were the Colonels. Cooper King will give this one off, and it's Piga from the running back position, bouncing to the outside up around midfield before he's thwopped out of bounds with a flag down at the 41-yard line.
And CJ, I think this one is coming back. I think there was a hold by one of the Wilkes offensive linemen.
you see that flag fly in behind Piga as he worked his way up for about an 8-yard gain. And yes, it'll push the Colonels back of 10 yards. Piga getting a lot of carries out of the backfield today when they're looking to get the ball outside of the numbers. Typically a wide receiver.
And we saw as well with Piga, he was utilized a lot in the offensive scheme in that first half, aside from being the kickoff and punt returner. But from that play from Piga, it got wiped away because of that penalty, which sent Wilkes all the way back.
First down and 20. Screen pass. Catch made out on the far side. And a gain of a few for Janas Sims. Pick up about 5.
Shaquille Boyd in on the stop there. It's still 2nd and long. But Montclair State, they have to take advantage of that penalty, CJ. Getting forced back 10 yards, made it 1st and 20. All the momentum seems to be on Montclair's side right now, and you got to think the crowd is going to go bonkers if they can get a stop here and force another punt out of Wilkes.
2nd and 14. King jumps, throws it over the middle, broken up. And Jaquil Boyd once again flexing as he makes an impressive stop to force 3rd and long.
It's back-to-back plays from Boyd, having the tackle on the outside previously, and now having the pass break up in the middle of the field as well. 2 big-time plays out of him. As you look back at the breakup right there in the middle of the field. Just jumping the route, getting a hands in there, knocking it away. And a big-time 3rd down opportunity for Montclair State to get a stop.
Montclair State bringing pressure. They dump it off. Cantella makes it back to the original line of scrimmage, and that's it. He's knocked down hard from behind, and Montclair State forcing the stop, taking advantage of that 1st down flag being thrown against the Colonels.
You couldn't have asked for a more perfect start to the second half for Montclair State. Taking advantage of receiving the halftime kickoff, getting the touchdown from Christopher Arnold, and now on Wilkes' first possession, you force them to punt it here on 4th down, and Montclair State is going to have, hopefully, regain possession back with an opportunity to tie this game up.
Again, it's Rodriguez back to return the kick.
So you don't trip over that.
Takes it from about the 15, tries to swing it wide. Rodriguez cuts back. And hanging on to the foot to make a nice tackle are the Colonels as they swarm him just about where he caught it.
Yeah, Rodriguez tried to make some more of those moves to evade the Wilkes defenders. You saw in the first half, he had a nice return on a punt before. He took it from all the way on the left side of the field, reversing it to the right. But this time, it was a good job from the Colonels as you look back at the punt return. Just nowhere really for Rodriguez to go there as he was wrapped up at around the 19-yard line where Montclair State will take over.
A Montclair State score. Last possession, their first of the ball game as Henrich keeps on 1st down. Pick up about 5. Finding the end zone again, could tie this one. Felt like they were just waiting to break through, and Arnold's 70-yard run did just that. Justin, we'll see how they can play off of this run game now.
This time it's Wilson in the backfield rather than Christopher Arnold, so maybe it's time for Deontay Wilson to get in on the action here.
Wilson, once again, over 100 yards last week. There he goes on 2nd down, and Wilson, nice cut. He breaks a couple of tackles and into the secondary as he picks up a 1st down, moving the sticks. Just as you said, Justin, looking to get going. This Montclair State run game finally starting to pierce through the Colonels' defense.
Yep, Deontay Wilson just getting in on the action, as I mentioned. A great run there, moving the sticks for Montclair State. Another fresh set of downs at around the 38-yard line. And right now, it just seems like the mojo is starting to flow here for Montclair State as they all seem to be on the same page here.
Wilson again. Wilson bursting through.
across midfield, breaking a tackle, and finally down around the 41, well into Wilkes territory.
This is a complete flip from what we saw in the first half. The run game was pretty much non-existent from both teams in that first half, and now you're seeing out of the break the Christopher Arnold 70-yard touchdown, and now this seems to be the drive all about Deontay Wilson, and he's putting together some great runs here on the second drive for Montclair State.
Wilson goes to the sideline as Arnold steps back in. What a 1-2 punch they've been in half number 2. First and 10. Henrich, keeper up the middle.
And just going back to your point of having that 1-2 tandem of Wilson and Arnold, I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but the two of them together just seem to be kind of like a David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs type of backfield. Just, one guy does his thing, and then the next drive, he does the other. But, I mean, it might be getting a little bit too ahead of myself, but
maybe.
Just looking at the two running backs, they seem to both be putting together some great runs here to begin the second half.
From the 45, it's Arnold. Arnold to the outside, makes a move. He's got another first down as Montclair State continues to bruise and batter their way. Now down to the 30.
So far, we have seen run plays from both Arnold and Wilson, and also one run attempt from Luke Henrich. He has yet to make a pass attempt here in the second half. He has just been riding the running backs here so far to begin the half as well. And, why go away from it if it continues to work?
Whistle here. Montclair State. Are they maybe changing the spot of where Arnold was when he went out of bounds? It seems like they moved the sticks back and they're now calling it third down. Yeah, so 3rd and 2 now from the 34. They call it back a few yards as Arnold went along that far sideline.
And I'm thinking, CJ, 3rd and 2. If Montclair State somehow does not convert here on 3rd down, if it's still 4th and short, you got to think this is 4-down territory. With Coach Palazzo especially, we even talked to him and how aggressive he is. You got to think this is 4-down territory all the way.
They go with the pistol. And an official timeout being taken. They're once again going to talk about the spot. You're right, though, Justin. I'm on 3rd down. If Montclair State, if that is the scenario, lined up in pistol formation. Wilson was in the game, but you're absolutely right. 3rd and 1. I think they moved the sticks a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage. They maybe had a mix-up. Seems to be all figured out. Justin, also don't be surprised if we see Henrich use his legs.
I would not be surprised at all. I mean, the first 2 drives of the second half has all been about the running game for Montclair State.
From the pistol with Wilson behind Henrich. Cortez and Kinchala near side. They give it to Wilson. Wilson spinning. He's got the first down. And inside the 30. They get it on the next play regardless.
And right now, if you're the head coach of Wilkes University, David Beaver, you've got to be very concerned that this defensive line has been getting pretty much eaten up with the run game so far, especially after given what they accomplished in the first half, just holding Montclair State to very minimal yardage on the ground. And through 2 drives so far, Montclair State has just been moving up the field at a rapid pace because of their run.
Night and day with the run game here in the second half. 1st and 10 from the 29. It's Wilson again. Wilson is thumped, but still able to pick up about 5-6 yards. And that's the difference, Justin, that we didn't see back in the first half. Those 1st and 2nd down rushing plays only going for a yard or 2, setting up 3rd and long.
You want to talk about the rushing disparity between the two teams right now? Montclair State is up to 170 yards on the ground to Wilkes 29.
Goodness.
I mean, if that doesn't tell you dominant, then I don't know what will.
It's been a struggle all season long for Wilkes in the run game. Well, it's been Montclair State's strength. Wilson up the middle. That draw puts him right near the marker. I think he's got it. Another first down. They have not thrown the football once on this drive.
It just amazes me that you're seeing a constant run action by Montclair State, and there has been no answer from the Colonels here in the second half so far. If you're the Colonels, you're almost expecting a run every time right now. So the fact that Montclair State is still gaining positive yardage on pretty much every play is a little bit concerning, CJ.
Wilson again. A bounce to the right, and this time a nice answer from this Wilkes defense, showing a little bit of life. It's still a pickup of 3 or 4 yards.
Wilson on the carry.
And if you're Coach Palazzo, you're taking that. If you're getting 3 to 4 yards on a first down run, you're doing your job. That's a very good run, if you ask me. It brings up a 2nd and 6, a 2nd and 7. You know, that's not a bad situation for Montclair State. You want to continue to get that positive yardage. And Montclair State has just done a great job exploiting that so far.
Long shift for Wilson, but he comes off the field as Arnold back on. Here he is. No, Henrich keeper. Henrich trying to bounce toward the 10-yard line. Once again, a gain of a couple yards. It'll finally bring them to 3rd down. Also something to look out for in 4th down situations with Montclair State is the QB sneak that they have been implementing.
And the QB sneak is right. They love getting Henrich involved, whether he's passing or using his legs. They want to make sure that he is constantly doing the most that he possibly can other than just throwing the ball to his receivers.
Still about 4 yards from the marker, but if they pick up 2 to 3 right here, could be something to watch out for. They go Wildcat with Arnold. Arnold, he is stuffed and shy of the marker by about 2 yards. And that will bring up 4th. Decision time for Mike Palazzo and the Red Hawks.
Based on looking at the sideline, right now it looks as though the offense is remaining on the field. And now actually they might be making a change here. Let's see if they come on for the field.
Couple different players swap out, but the offense still out there. Could this be another ploy to draw them off sides?
We talked about it, CJ. Coach Palazzo loves to be aggressive in these situations. We'll see if he actually goes for it.
4th and 3. Play clock running down. They do take the snap. Henrich is rolling right. He throws. Contact before the throw, and the flag comes in. Looking for Jaden Peer. Or was it Chris Arnold who was bumped just before that ball arrived?
And you see Ryan Opperman is having a conversation with the referee as he does not agree with the call. But you're right, CJ. It looked like he got there about a half a step before the ball got to Montclair State's receiver, and therefore it's an automatic first down for Montclair State. And we talked about penalties, CJ. In the first half, it was Montclair State making those mistakes. Now on 4th down, it's Wilkes.
Tough to tell from that angle, but Opperman certainly converging quickly, and perhaps this a better angle as they look outside, and certainly that contact early before Arnold was even able to make a play on the football. So a first down now from the 5-yard line with Montclair State. A chance to tie this up with a touchdown as Wilson smashes forward. Got a yard. Justin, Wilkes did everything right there on that 4th down. They flush Henrich out of the pocket. The throw on the run right at the sticks. Everything except for the coverage at the tail end.
And back to my point again, the mistakes that Montclair State made with the penalties that costed them 2 touchdowns. We saw that in the first half. Now in the second half, the roles are being reversed. The Wilkes had an opportunity to get a 4th down stand and get the ball back with the lead, and now Montclair State has pretty much 3 more downs to get in the end zone.
Timeout. And then taken by Wilkes. So the first timeout here of the second half taken by the Colonels, which at the 3:22 mark in the third quarter, not preferable.
Yeah, that's one of the timeouts you're probably going to want to hold on to later on in this game if it comes down to the wire. So that's something to really note, CJ, that Wilkes now has only 2 timeouts the rest of the way here.
It is also worth mentioning that as far back as that first drive of the game, they made a goal line stand on these Red Hawks, so perhaps a defensive alignment is needed to try to keep themselves in the lead.
And I'm thinking here, obviously, on 2nd and 4, inside the 5, I think Coach Palazzo is more so trying to continue to establish the run game and just try to maybe push the pile forward to get into the end zone rather than looking for the passing plays, you know, in such short yardage. Because when you're inside the 5 and you elect to throw the ball, you got to fit the ball into a tight window. That's just how it works when you're inside that kind of range. But if you have 2nd down, you got to think that Coach Palazzo still wants to continue to run and see if they can push it forward for a touchdown.
Remember, Montclair State missing their top red zone target, Anthony Roger. Often the recipient of a lot of these passes in the red zone. Maybe that takes that factor out. Wilson takes it, breaks 1, breaks 2, and finally forced out inside the 3-yard line. What an effort there to try to drive his way down to the goal line.
Yeah, great rush there from Wilson as there is a player down on the far side of the field.
Yeah, Wilkes player down, so a timeout taken for right now. I think it's Ryan Opperman. So a short break there. All be spotted on the 2-yard line. Well, Justin, let's reset. So Montclair State trailing 14-0 at the half. They hit the home run with Christopher Arnold to open up in the second, as you see this effort from Wilson all the way out toward the pylon, and at last brought down, unrelenting as he worked toward the pylon. So the run game finally working. Arnold rips off the 70-yarder. They get the stop thanks to a penalty against Wilkes. And once again, they have yet to throw a pass, technically, after that penalty on the 4th down. All the way down the field, it's been the run game again.
And I talked about it, CJ, as well, coming out of the halftime break. I personally thought that Montclair State was going to try to throw the ball more often than they did in the first half. Instead, it's been the completely opposite. They came out flying with the run game, and it's continued to work, and I don't think they're going to shy away from it. But here we go, CJ, 3rd and short at the 2.
Arnold, nothing doing. There is a flag down right next to the 8-yard line. We'll see what this could be. I think
it's on
Montclair State lined up wrong or got going incorrectly. This will bring up 4th down.
Steve's over there. No, that's the other one.
They decline the penalty, Wilkes, to make it 4th and goal from the 2. Once again, you've got to ask the question here. With the offense staying on the field.
As expected with Coach Palazzo, he wants to tie this game up. He does not want to take the field goal and make it a 4-point game. And CJ, this is homecoming. He wants to go all in right here, right now.
This is from the 7-yard line. They've got to get to the end zone.
Play clock winding down.
They're taking it. Henrich rolling right. Henrich pumps, throws, dropped. And a turnover on downs. Cortez couldn't hang on.
John Paul Cortez was wide open at the near pylon. As you take a look back at it, perfectly placed throw from Henrich and just out of the hands of John Paul Cortez. And you could just see it, see the facial expression of Cortez. He knew he had that one. Just took his eye off the ball at the last second. And oh man, that is rough.
Cortez, a couple of nice plays today, but the youth showing from the sophomore receiver. Wilkes will take over inside its own 5. And the handoff on first down will pick up a couple. Beginning from their own 7.
And CJ, I'm just trying to hear the crowd just a little bit. They were so amped up. Montclair State was so close to getting into the end zone and possibly tying this game up, and now it just seems like all the air has just been taken out of rhythm by the crowd. So Montclair State's defense, they're going to try to find a way to get this crowd rejuvenated here.
King play action on second down. King over the middle. Deep ball looking for Fears. Incomplete, and a flag comes in. And that'll likely be against Montclair State and Janiel Tavares.
Yeah, Tavares looked like he was beaten to the spot there on that play. Juju Fears was the intended receiver. As we look back at the play.
Just a little bit too much.
But I will say, CJ, though, was the ball really within reach on the throw? That remains to be seen. Like, was that a catchable throw?
They are certainly more lenient now with catchable balls than they used to be. That ball, a couple of yards past the outstretched arms of Juju Fears. 2 flags came in, 2 different officials. But I don't know if it warranted 2 flags coming in. So 1st and 10 from the 25. King fires wide. He was once again looking for Fears. King now 8 of 17 after that latest incompletion. You're right, Justin. It's quiet.
They were inches away, Montclair State.
You see those penalty numbers. Neither team clean so far. Just about taking advantage of what your opponent gives you. Can Wilkes capitalize after being handed a first down? Gain of a couple. They're on second. Bring up 3rd and 8.
And again, CJ, another big opportunity for Montclair State on 3rd and long to get a stop. Right now, obviously, this is not 4-down territory, being on their own side of the field. So 1 stop here, and a punt will be coming for Wilkes University. So let's see what Montclair State does.
A lot of movement. Flag flies. Is this a free play? He's looking for Fears over the top. Once again, couldn't connect. We had Montclair State defenders pointing in the direction of Wilkes, but they let the play run, hinting that this could be an offsides.
Yeah, usually if it's a false start, they'll blow the play dead. And I think it is going to be offsides on Montclair State, CJ.
So that'll give them another shot. Closer to the marker. As you see again, that's a good opportunity for Fears to come down with that football, trying to play center field. .111 to go in the 3rd. King, 3rd down, play action. Underhand shovel, a tough hit on McCormick, delivered by Ryan Vasali. It's right at the marker and it's short.
Vasali read the play beautifully, knew exactly where the ball was going to on the little shovel pass from King to McCormick, and as you mentioned, CJ, Vasali was right there making the stop, and a big-time play from a big-time player once again brings up the 4th down and the punt, and Montclair State will get the ball back with a chance to come down the field and tie the game up.
They do force the punt team to come onto the field despite the penalties. Montclair State moving around, quick punt away. Rodriguez will look to take it on a hop, ultimately lets it go. Down at the 20, it's a good punt. Zarafinitis.
It took a nice kernel bounce going back towards Montclair's end there.
Once again, you see that hit from Vasali coming in to make that play, and that's no small player that he's hitting. Maddox McCormick, the freshman tight end from Port Jervis, delivers a big blow.
You could just see the expression on Vasali's face there, getting pumped up, looking over at his teammates, trying to bring some life back to the team.
Vasali, an integral part of that defense. Led the team in interceptions last season. Also deliver those kind of big hits as Arnold gets it on first down. Once again, Montclair State going back to that run. They get about 5 yards. Vasali, not only is he a solid defender, but also takes a lot of pride in his special teams. As in his career, 3 career block kicks, and also had the game-winning fumble recovery last week, so this guy's doing it in all facets as we end the third quarter.
But CJ, we are getting ready for the fourth quarter here. Obviously a 7-point ball game. Montclair State having the ball now with an opportunity to come down the field and tie it. If you're Montclair State, you got to be feeling good about yourselves. You're in the ball game. Mistakes have been made throughout. And the fact that it's only a 7-point game is pretty remarkable. We talked about it during the break. So the fact that Montclair State is well within reach of tying it up, they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves, despite obviously the dropped ball in the end zone, which would have most likely tied the game previously. But that's why this game is 60 minutes long. One mistake happens, you move on to the next drive.
By no means has this contest been clean. 45 minutes in. A 14-7 lead here for the Colonels as we are quickly back underway. And on first down, Henrich taking a shot. He's got Kachala in stride. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Red Hawks.
And CJ, I don't think this one's coming back for Kachala. The first one came back, and I think this one is going to stand for TJ Kachala. And just like that, the Montclair State Red Hawks are an extra point away from tying this game up. Look how pumped up Kachala is along with his teammates on the sideline.
The look has been there all day long, and a dot from Henrich. He gone.
CJ, that's what we call the house call.
The extra point up and good. We are tied here at Sprague Field.
TJ Kachala, 2 receptions for 126 yards and a touchdown.
Quickly becoming a new favorite target for Luke Henrich.
And Mike Palazzo, when we spoke to him the other day, he talked about obviously the injuries to Roger and also DeMalo. So he knew right away someone was going to have to step up in that replacement to be that go-to receiver. And TJ Kachala has picked it up in perfect fashion.
Wow. 11 seconds into the fourth quarter. Lightning strikes. Rubinetti kicks it away. Piga inside his own 10. Flag flies. Piga dropped right around the 20. Montclair State, good coverage on special teams. We'll see if that flag goes against Wilkes, pushing them even further back. Came in from behind the play.
And nonetheless, Montclair State did a great job there on special teams on the kickoff. Everyone was on their assignment as we look back.
Flag flies in. It was on that, clearly on the collision. I believe they're going to pick it up and play on because the ball still being spotted at the 21. (14-14). Cooper King now back looking to drive his team back down the field. It's been an empty second half. Handoff, first down. Chigozie Nwosu lowering the head and picking up 8. For 11, and they get the first down.
And so far for Wilkes in the rushing game, Chigozie Nwosu is the leading rusher for them. He was previously at 21 yards. Now he's probably within the 30-yard range on the ground. He's now tied in attempts with Contello with 6 attempts in the game.
Not a ton of emphasis on the ground, but with Chigozie Nwosu, they found a spark. Here he is again. Once again up the gut. And Nwosu lunging again. He's got a first down. This Wilkes run game now coming alive, possibly for the first time all year.
Yeah, rushing has not been a specialty for Wilkes University through the first 3 games. And now on this drive, you've seen a couple of runs here. And just like Montclair State did to start the second half, they utilized the run game, and now we'll see if the Colonels do the same.
From the 44. Chigozie Nwosu still fighting, nearly getting the rip. Brandon Lucia was in there trying to pull that ball away, but stayed on Chigozie Nwosu the entire time. He's taken down for no gain.
Yeah, smart play there from Lucia. He knew that Chigozie Nwosu was pretty much wrapped up, so instead he was looking to try to rip the ball out and cause a fumble. So give a lot of kudos to him for making that play on the ball.
King on second down, they swing it out wide. It's Sims to the boundary. He's hit hard and knocked out 5 or 6 yards shy to bring up yet another Wilkes third down. Good effort on the far side of the field by Umar Davis.
And I know Wilkes is pretty close to midfield, but here on 3rd down and 7, I'm not so sure that this is really 4-down territory for them.
Up over the ball with still 20 seconds on the play clock, going quick. Now they settle in. 3rd and 6. Redhawks bring pressure. King delivers. Sims first down into the secondary and across the 30-yard line of Montclair State. A huge 3rd down conversion.
And Sims has been the go-to target today. We talked a lot about Juju Fears being that go-to target for King, but today it's been Sims now making his 5th reception of the ball game, and it couldn't have come in a bigger moment. As you see, he got a bunch of yards after the catch, getting to around the 30-yard line, a little slant route over the middle to Sims, and a great effort getting more yards as well.
Pickup of 23. Now with a fresh set of downs. They throw, and there is an open receiver. Down the sidelines he goes, and the ball comes loose, and Montclair State's got it. Running away with the football. Is it blown dead? At last they do blow a whistle. Montclair State's got the football. Will they call it a fumble? No, they'll say he was out of bounds first.
That was Fear's first catch of the game, and it happened on the far side of the field. But it looks like it's coming back, CJ. I think you're right.
Tahiro ended up with the football and running wild. Now he's got to get all the way back to the line of scrimmage. And it's a first down. Should also be mentioned. I think Montclair State going to keep the challenge flag in their pocket.
As we look back at the play down the side, It's like
So hard to tell when that football comes out and where he is relative to being in bounds. The ball just popped out of his hands.
Roll it back.
Look at that punch out from Alex Buchwald. Just getting in on that right arm. Where is he in respect to the boundary?
It looked like he was out at about the 15, CJ. That left foot seemed to be touching the white line, and that's why they blew the play.
Instead, first down. Allow Montclair State to get some fresh bodies on the field.
Well, what a major turn of events that would have been, CJ. Had Fears stayed in bounds, Montclair State had possession of the ball on the fumble. But fortunate for Fears, his left foot seemed to be touching out of bounds just in time, and they catch a huge break there.
One of the few times you're okay with stepping out of bounds prematurely. Finally, they get it to Fears, though, and allow him to make plays with his legs. It was still a nice pickup from him.
They gave him 15 yards on the reception for his first catch.
First down from the Montclair 15. Chigozie Nwosu, first down, and picking up about 3. As he dives forward. Just over 10 and a half minutes. Once again on second down. Chigozie Nwosu trying to push the pile. They fall forward. Still falling until considered idle by the officials. Still picked up a few extra yards closer to that marker. Now inside the 10.
You give a lot of credit to Wilkes' offensive line for pushing the pile forward, giving Chigozie Nwosu maybe an extra 3 to 4 yards or so. And that makes a huge difference, CJ, especially when you're coming close to the end zone. You're at the 9-yard line, 3rd and 4 here. It makes all the difference.
They flip the alignment on 3rd and 4. King got to take it himself. Plunging forward. Touchdown! And what a response from Wilkes as they lurch out to a touchdown lead. Cooper King taking it in, the quarterback keeper.
And just like that, Wilkes taking the 6-point lead. Cooper King, we talked about it from the top, not known for using his running ability, but he changes that narrative right now. As you look at the replay, the QB draw, rolled to the left, and just went straight into the end zone for 6. And although Cooper King, as we mentioned, not known for his running ability, that is his 2nd rushing touchdown of the year.
Kick up and kick good from Nick Volpone to make it a 7-point lead on the road for Wilkes with 9 minutes to play. Well, King hasn't necessarily used his legs a ton today, but when he has, he's certainly made plays with it, and that one looked like it was dead until he pushed through and paved the path.
Yeah, he found a seam towards the left and just took it straight into the house for 6. And now Wilkes once again back up by 7. But hey, for Montclair State, they were down 2 touchdowns at one point. They battled back to tie the ball game, and now they're back down by a touchdown here. And there's still plenty of time. 9 minutes to go, 3 timeouts. That's not an issue, the time. It's more so the offense just continuing to go. But it'll be interesting to see because Montclair State, they were so run heavy to begin the second half, especially with Arnold and Wilson. Does that change now and maybe make Henrich again throw the ball just like he did when he connected with Kachala for the game-tying touchdown?
And the run plays were kind of what set up that Kachala long ball. The play action to bring home those safeties. What a win this would be if Wilkes can hang on here. A team that lost so much firepower, about 98% of their rushing production last year between their quarterback Xavier Powell and the running back Elijah Jules. A team whose only conference loss came to top-ranked Susquehanna. On the return, breaking it wide. And Montclair State set up in good territory. Samad Hicks.
It's the first time in this game we have mentioned Samad Hicks. The first time he's really had a return on a kickoff, and he makes his presence felt there, taking it all the way across the 40. And you mentioned it, CJ. Great field position for Montclair State in the hopes of coming back and tying this game up once again.
So Montclair State at the 42 to begin their drive. First down, and they hand it off with Jameel Chambers. First carry for Chalmers, who gets to the boundary and picks up a couple. Good run from him. Chalmers, 4 carries on the season, the Pace University transfer. Only 1 carry last week, but clearly they want to get him back involved.
Yeah, it's good to see Chalmers in the game, the third running back used by Coach Palazzo in today's game. Just maybe giving Arnold and both Wilson just a little bit more added rest here and giving Chalmers an opportunity.
There's Chalmers again. Chalmers breaking through. He's got a first down as they drive him to the ground late. Appeared to be after the whistle, but well, this is a breath of fresh air here for Montclair State. They got 2 bruisers back there with both Arnold and Wilson, both 200 pounds or more. Chalmers 5'9", 175, a change of pace. Once again, this time he's ripped down. None other than Talon Murray. You knew he'd make an impact. Back-to-back first-team All-Landmark Conference, and a senior from Vineland, New Jersey. Big play there.
And Murray again, you mentioned all the accolades that he has accomplished in his collegiate career, and now getting his first sack of the game, coming in a big-time moment, and now it makes it 2nd and long for Montclair State as the clock continues to run.
2nd and 14. They had it across midfield, were pulled back, but there's Deontay Wilson breaking loose. Down near the 20, flag comes in, and a horse collar on top.
That's going to be more added yards in favor of Montclair State on the run from Wilson, and we talked about it before. The rest for Wilson and Arnold. Now having Wilson coming back onto the field as we take a look at the replay. Sheds off a couple of tackles, still goes on his feet, still going, and then you see the horse collar right at the end, almost tearing through the jersey there, as that was number 2, Michael Cornick on the horse collar. And Montclair State is in prime position right now, a big-time run, CJ.
A last-ditch effort from Cornick to be able to bring Wilson down. Had nothing but green in front of him. What a play that was to shake off Justin Blake. Turn about a 5-yard gain into much more.
And even after that big run, Wilson is still in the backfield. He wants more, CJ.
First down and goal. They've got a full 10 yards to go to tie the game. Wilson on first down. Wilson cuts it to 5. He's in. Touchdown, Montclair State. They strike right back.
And CJ, I wasn't over-exaggerating. You remember my comment talking about David Montgomery and Jameer Gibbs, the 2 backfield dynamic duo of Arnold and now Wilson, both getting touchdowns in today's game. And what a response for Montclair State after giving up the touchdown to Cooper King, coming right down the field, again utilizing the run, and now an extra point away from tying the game up once again.
Punch, counter punch. And we're deadlocked at 21 with under 7 minutes to play.
And after that run for Wilson, the running disparity now is 240 yards for Montclair State and 72 for Wilkes University. Just an absolute dominant performance on the ground for Montclair State from the second half on.
For the second consecutive week, up well over 200 yards as you once again see this run from Wilson. One shake, and that's that.
Just an absolute powerhouse running performance on that drive from Wilson.
Last week, Wilson and Henrich both went over 100 yards. We mentioned it was the first Red Hawk duo to do so since 2013. Well, they didn't have to wait very long for the next one. Arnold, 128, Wilson, 101. Kickoff to be returned by Piga as he leaps into the air and is taken down by Davis.
Trying to go for the good old hurdle there was Piga, but Umar Davis wasn't having any of it. Great coverage on the kickoff. And Montclair State, once again, their crowd is back into it.
And by the way, that is Montclair State's #1 corner playing special teams, Umar Davis, who was a linebacker in high school. Now the crowd into it. Chigozie Nwosu on first down. Ripped down, not much. Daniel Kikta latching onto him at the line of scrimmage.
This is the second solo tackle of the game for Kikta. Just about a 2-yard gain on the ground there for Nwosu.
Pickup of 2. 6 minutes and ticking. Empty backfield for King. Easy look, but no good as he looked for Piga on the outside.
And right now I'm looking at Cooper King. He seems a little bit rattled in the backfield on the snap. He seems to be rushing his throw a little bit too much as Piga was partially open there. It was just a little bit too wide of a throw from King.
Pretty routine pitch and catch.
And Montclair State a big opportunity on 3rd and 8 to get a stop and have a chance to get the ball back and possibly take the lead for the first time in the game.
3rd down and 8. Here's King. Flushed, throws, incomplete. Was looking for more. 4th down.
And the punt team will come out, CJ. Montclair State will get the ball back here. As you look at the previous play, again, the receiver was open. King just once again throws the ball a little bit to the left and incomplete. It was looking for Justin Moore there. But again,
immediately forced to leave the pocket. Certainly had an impact. Serafinitis, they nearly got there. Rodriguez will let it bounce as it rolls inside the 30. The Red Hawks have been dying to get home on one of those punts. Instead, a pretty good one. Backs up the Red Hawks inside their own 30.
Yeah, it took a Colonel's bounce as it was backed up. Now it's inside the 30, around the 28-yard line. And again, CJ, another opportunity. Montclair State in such an offensive rhythm right now. They have scored 21 points here in the second half. And as you look at the graphic here, the rushing game, 41 attempts, 240 yards on the ground. We can't explain it enough. Wilkes University, 74 yards on the ground. The rushing disparity is just off the charts in this game.
Henrich keeps it on 1st down for Montclair State. And much of the rushing success last week came at the hands of Henrich. Today, just 38 yards. Can make that 39 as he picks up 1.
But back to my point, 21 points, CJ, here in the second half for Montclair State, 2 of which on the ground, 1 in the air, and now a chance to take the lead. Montclair State offensively is feeling great about themselves, and they have all the momentum in the world here as we approach 5 minutes to go in the fourth.
It's Arnold. Broke one, somehow still on his feet, and smashes up to the 34 to make this third and manageable.
And at first, Arnold, he looked like he was going to be stopped behind the line of scrimmage, made a couple of moves, and still gained positive yardage out of it. So great job from Arnold, who is having himself a day on the ground, over 130 yards and a touchdown. He has been outstanding here tonight.
Third and 5. Cortez motions. Henrich is back. Throws to the outside and incomplete. He was looking that way with Cortez. A quick 3 and out for Montclair State to follow up that stop. 4:16 on the clock.
Yeah, that was a tough throw from Henrich. He was looking for Cortez, as you mentioned, down the left side. But again, the throw is a little bit behind him. You look at the play here. Throws to the outside, just well out of the reach of Cortez. Didn't really have a chance to make a play on the ball. And Wilkes comes up with a big defensive stop, and they will get the ball back here.
Well covered by Barbieri as well, who's had a tremendous game. Has the punt away. To be taken by Terry. Terry across the 45 as a flag flies in at the end of that. And, well, this call could be a big one, Justin, as far as field position goes.
And the ball right there was taken to pass the 45. And a penalty against Wilkes would move the ball back, I'd say at least 15 yards. As we look back at the punt. So he fields it cleanly.
Block in the back.
It does look like a block in the back.
That is the call. So that'll be some yardage backed up. Wilkes was right near midfield after that return from Terry. Instead, inside their own 40.
It's a big call in favor of Montclair State. They really needed that.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And just as we come down to the stretch here, Nick Volpone, the kicker for Wilkes, should be mentioned, a career long of 38. This year, 3 for 3, but his longest only 30. Play action on first down. Cooper King lofting down the field through the hands of Quintella. He was gone.
He was gone is right. Just slipping through the hands of Cantella. That would have been his third catch of the game had he came down with it. And Cooper King couldn't have placed a better ball. As you look back at the play, just wide open, perfect throw from King, just right through the hands of Cantella.
Perhaps with the safety closing in, not gone, but man, King drops it in the bucket.
A perfect throw.
They go to Cantella on the ground here on second down. A good effort. Montclair State getting in and making the stop. Only a gain of 2.
And a big third down once again, as there's still plenty of time on the clock, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And if Montclair State can get a hold here, they'll still have the 2-minute warning plus their 3 timeouts.
Inversely, Wilkes with a first down can start to think about running this clock until it hits 0.
That's exactly right.
They need 8 yards from their own 39. King looking deep. Got a man! Catch is made. Justin Moore, first down.
It was Ryan Vasali in pursuit, but Justin Moore had a step and was able to haul it in. Another absolute dot from Cooper King. As you look back at it, down the sideline, you see Vasali in pursuit. and just over the shoulder, making the catches more. Got both feet in. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect throw there.
What an incredible throw from Cooper King, who's gotten sharper and sharper as this game's gone on. Huge situation there, and he converts. Timeout Wilkes right before the snap. They are inside the Montclair State 25.
And CJ, now you look at the time, it becomes a factor. You made a great point before with Wilkes picking up the first down. Do they run the ball down to the 2-minute warning? And then still, obviously, Wilkes has a timeout, but then that would also, in Coach Palazzo's mind, have to say, hey, you know, if they're taking the clock down in field goal range, Coach Palazzo might be thinking about using his timeouts to preserve time if they elect to go for a field goal and take a 3-point lead.
And maybe that is the conversation. As you see again, Justin Moore, what an incredible over-the-shoulder grab. We saw one of those just a few plays earlier, a missed opportunity for Wilkes. Cantella couldn't hang on to a ball downfield, but Moore gets it done just 2 plays later. 2:30 on the clock. From right here would be about a 42-yard field goal. Still would be the career long for Volpone. Chigozie Nwosu on first down. Maybe made it back to the line of scrimmage.
That's a good stop on first down for Montclair State. You mentioned the career long for Volpone. If you're Coach Beaver, you still want to gain a couple of extra yards just to make Volpone feel a little bit more comfortable about the distance if it comes to getting a field goal attempt.
And that'll be the 2-minute warning.
And CJ, we have been in for an absolute treat in this game. 14-0, Wilkes was up early on in the game. Montclair State was shut out through the first 2 quarters. Then you saw the absolute offensive outburst from Montclair State, getting even at 14 apiece. Next possession, Cooper King comes right down the field using his running ability, which we talked about wasn't a huge factor, you know, in the first couple of games for him. He gets into the end zone, making it 21-14, and then coming back the other way, TJ Kachala, or excuse me, actually it was Deontay Wilson getting the game-tying touchdown on the run as well. So we have seen a lot of back and forth action in this game, and it's only fitting that this game comes down to the wire.
Back and forth on the seesaw. What a ride this has been here in the second half. Montclair State, all of its 21 points. But now facing trouble as Wilkes drives down the field here. They have second down for the Montclair State 24. A tied ball game. Chigozie Nwosu wiggling toward the 20. He is pushed back at about the 21. And Montclair State going to use a timeout.
And see, that's exactly what we mentioned before, CJ. Time becoming a factor. Coach Palazzo wants to preserve some time, given if Wilkes does elect to go for a field goal, if it becomes fourth down, that Montclair State will still have enough time on the clock to maybe come down the field on their own and either tie or take the lead if it comes to that point.
The first timeout used by Montclair State. Wilkes has 1 remaining for all intents and purposes. Justin, this is still no gimme here on a kick from Nick Volpone. This would be still a career long. That ball being spotted around the 22-yard line would be a 40-yarder from here.
And that's why this makes this third down so critical for Montclair State to either stop them at the line of scrimmage or even make a sack or a tackle for a loss in this situation. So this is a crucial third down for Montclair State.
And we'll see what the play call is now on third down. They go passive with 2 runs on first and second. Here we go. Play action. King rolling, throwing toward the end zone. He fires high and incomplete. 4th down. And oh, we have a flag down at the feet of Cooper King, who lost his lid.
I don't want to make an assumption here, but it could be roughing the passer. It is. Oh, man. Roughing the passer going against Montclair State. And CJ, that is.
Oh, man, he took a big old hit.
Oh,
right as he got rid of the football.
Here's a better look at it.
Brandon Lucia closing in, and you can't see from the tight angle, but as he got rid of that football, got walloped, lost his helmet in the process, and that's an automatic 1st down.
That is the worst possible case scenario for Montclair State, because now Wilkes gets a fresh set of downs. Under 2 minutes to go. Montclair State only has 2 timeouts left. So Wilkes can possibly take this down to under a minute, and Montclair State will not have too much time if they even have a chance to get the ball back.
Wilkes can get another 1st down at the 1-yard line. Montclair State can stop the clock twice, and you'd have to assume that any chance they can, that's what they'll do. So just doing the math here, without getting that 1st down in between the 1-yard line and the goal line, somewhere with about a minute to play for Montclair State if they were to get the football back. That's, of course, with no penalties. Cooper King is out of the game. And a handoff on 1st down to Quintella, who's ripped down.
It was William Smith that came in for that one play, CJ.
Yeah, William Smith, the sophomore quarterback from Egg Harbor City, 5'9" and 185 pounds, as Montclair State burns a timeout. Pick of about 3 yards.
So it's 2nd down, CJ. 1 timeout will be remaining for Montclair State. If they do get another stop, you got to figure that Wilkes is going to run it on next play. If they do get a stop, got to figure there's probably still maybe around a minute and 33 seconds when Montclair State burns that final timeout, and then it'll be 3rd down, where Wilkes will most likely run the ball again, and they'll be able to take it to, as you mentioned, down to around a minute before Wilkes calls their timeout and possibly goes for a field goal. So, again, time has become a major factor late in this game. It's in favor of Wilkes right now, and Montclair State, they're trying to hold Wilkes to a field goal and give themselves a chance to get the ball back at best case scenario.
Be interesting to see if Cooper King is back in this game after the timeout. We mentioned he took a huge hit, and it does look like he is back into the game. Lost his helmet, but since there was a penalty, does not have to come off the field. Guess just electing to make sure their quarterback's all right. 2nd and 12. King on the keeper. With his back to the line of scrimmage, is knocked down. Still did not get back to where they began, as Montclair State will take their 2nd timeout. 1:32. Jaquil Boyd is down.
Now, you never want to see any player hurt from either side. We hope that Boyd is okay as he's being attended to over on the far end of the field.
Well, in the meantime, it'll be 3rd and about 11 yards from the 12. 1:32. Take off another 50 seconds or so. It leaves, well, give or take 40, 45 seconds, depending on the play, if they were to get the stop, as Boyd being helped to his feet.
As the crowd applauds, making sure that Boyd is okay. As you're hoping for the best for him as he's being helped to the sideline.
In a 21-21 game. This extended stoppage here. And a hand for Boyd. And now Montclair State on the other side of that will take their final timeout, so they'll once again talk it through. Should also be mentioned, Nick Volpone in his career does have 2 blocked field goals. Career 17 of 26. Sure seems as though we've been setting it up for him here on this last drive.
And you know, we've talked a lot about special teams, especially for Montclair State. You mentioned obviously Ryan Vasali making his presence felt on special teams, so it's never a gimme for any team that faces Montclair State that they're going to get, you know, an easy field goal attempt, because Montclair State, they're known for bringing that pressure. But again, CJ, we still have one more play before we even think about a field goal attempt here.
They'll need to get a stop first. Wilkes needs to get to the 1. King will just keep it again. And King slides near the 7, where it'll be 4th down. Well, the defense holds their ground. That will let this clock run, though, as King's keeper can have it go down to about 1:40.
It's actually going to be, I think by the time they take the timeout, CJ, it's probably going to be around 47 seconds roughly or so. Because Wilkes does have that final timeout. That's exactly what they're going to do here. Play clock winds down.
So regardless of, as the timeout taken with 46, regardless of what happens here, Montclair State will be on a short clock to try to push the ball down the field in a hurry. A make would obviously lead to a kickoff. A miss could have them inside their own 10-yard line.
And after the field goal is kicked, usually it takes about 3 to 4 seconds off the clock because of it. So after the ball is kicked, there's probably going to be about 42 seconds remaining on the clock after the fact, unless something, of course, happens on the field goal attempt.
Wilkes feels as though they've done enough tonight. What a ferocious rally it's been for Montclair State. How about the composure of this Colonel offense as the crowd gets loud and the stage is set for Nick Volpone, the kid from Delco. From 24 yards. Got a piece. No good. Oh, he went through. It did get through. How in the world did it make it through the uprights?
That ball, I think, was partially blocked, but it still had just enough distance to get through the uprights. And we're going to most likely get a look back at this very shortly to see how close this came. But CJ, I was with you. I thought that ball landed short.
Oh, off the fingertips of a Red Hawk, and that ball flutters through. Wilkes has a 3-point lead with 41 seconds to play.
Here's the kick.
Look at the flutter.
Oh, man.
And you see the Montclair State Redhawks celebrating. Look, they're celebrating. That's a block. And it makes it through.
Wow. Football, sometimes it's a game of inches, CJ, and that ball just barely got through. But I think as well as both of us, the crowd here thought that ball landed short as well. But, oh, man, that was just squeezed through.
24-21 as they squib it. Fullback Mike Fano is going to slide down just shy of the 30-yard line.
Well, We're going to find out if Montclair State has some kind of miracle up their sleeves here. 39 seconds on the clock.
They'll need a field goal to tie it.
And you got to think, CJ, throughout this drive, the ball has to be going in the air. It just has to. There's no timeouts left for Montclair State. You cannot play the game on the ground, unfortunately, which is rare because the ground game has worked so well for them up to this point.
Roger Rubinetti's career long is 37 yards, which would be all the way down inside the 20 for Montclair State. Henrich on first down, throws, he's got Jaden Peer. Peer working to the sideline, and he's got a first down. The clock will at least temporarily stop while they spot it. Quickly back over the football, and they'll spike it at the 44. 29 seconds.
A nice play there on first down, getting it to Peer, who caught it in the middle of the field, but even though he couldn't get out of bounds to stop the clock, he still made a great effort to even get close to being out of bounds to stop it. But unfortunately, Montclair State has to waste it down because of the QB spike. But a good play there on first down.
From their own 44. Motion from Cortez. Henrich rolls right, throws on the run, pitch and catch is complete to Alex Rodriguez, and he's out of bounds across midfield. 23 seconds.
Another nice play from Henrich, rolling out to his right, finding Rodriguez, able to get out of bounds. That was another perfect play, CJ.
Pickup of about 8 yards. It is still shy of the first, and now third down. Do have to be mindful of that. Henrich for Arnold. Oh, he couldn't hang on. And fourth down now coming. The game on the line.
This is the game, CJ, you mentioned it, for Montclair State. They just need 2 yards to stay alive, but 19 seconds on the clock. So even if they pick up the first down in the middle of the field, they got to rush really quickly.
Fourth down and 2. 19 seconds. Henrich drops back, swings it for Arnold. Arnold's got a first. No, he looks for the sideline instead. Did he get a first down? I think they're going to say he got it. He did not get out of bounds, so while they spot it, they'll have to hustle up, and they spike it with 11 seconds. Man, that was close.
That was so close for Arnold. He made a nice play cutting to the outside, and he just barely got through for the first down, CJ, you're right.
I mean, I'll tell you, they had to make a split-second decision, the officials, but that's about as close as it gets to the first down marker.
And to mention it as well, Wilkes had no more timeouts, so they couldn't even stop the clock to even try to challenge the spotting of the ball as well. So, as you mentioned, it had to be a quick decision by the referees.
11 seconds for the Wilkes 44. Henrich, deep drop, throws to the sideline, and he's got a man. It's Cortez, and it's a first down inside the 40 with 6 seconds. I mean, this will set up one last play here. It's got to go to the end zone.
It's either got to go to the end zone or a quick pass to the outside to try to get out of bounds and pick up a few extra yards, but it's one of the either two.
They got that last play off in 5 seconds.
Yeah. But if you take a shot to the end zone, how much time will come off the clock, though?
Wilkes' defense is not deep. Henrich, stripped! Ball is out, and Wilkes will win it on homecoming.
Looked like Henrich was trying to load up to take a shot into the end zone, but he was stripped from behind. The ball came loose. And again, with no timeouts left for Montclair State, they had to either get up a quick pass towards the outside or either try to make a quick pass to the end zone as well.
Yeah, it's a quick decision there. Obviously, the pressure getting home almost immediately. Montclair State, a valiant comeback effort, but they come up short on the final drive.
Yeah, Montclair State, they had a major opportunity. They seemed to be driving down the field nicely. They were moving quickly, but unfortunately they just didn't have enough time on the clock to possibly get a chance at a field goal attempt.
And that is our final, 24-21. Justin, how about that effort from Wilkes, who shocked by that second half performance from Montclair State, still able to put it behind them, drive down the field and win it with under a minute to play.
And Montclair State, I mean, they came out flying in that second half. I mean, there was just no stopping them. Wilkes had to find a way to contain the run game. They just couldn't figure it out. But down the stretch, big plays on offense for Wilkes they took advantage of, and that's why they ended up getting the lead. And in the end, all it took was a game-winning field goal for Wilkes to prevail the win here. But nonetheless, CJ, it was a great game. You saw they were down 14-0, Montclair State, came back to tie, then we're down a touchdown again. Obviously, after that, Deontay Wilson got the touchdown to even it all up, and then in the end, Volpone got the field goal, which ultimately was the deciding factor in this game.
And that field goal seemed like a Red Hawk got a fingertip on it as well. The dramatics, the touchdowns, the counter punches, and ultimately it is Wilkes who gets back on the right track now moving forward towards conference play.
Yeah, I mean, again, Montclair State now, we talked about it before, they're now heading into NJAC action as well. They take on Kane coming up, and then after that, of course, the Breakfast Bowl against Rowan. So they have a tough road ahead of them, but again, I feel like this kind of game right here kind of sets the tone for Montclair State that, hey, you can't take any opponent lightly, you got to become ready to go, and I think Montclair State is going to be prepared going into these next couple of games.
Well, what a game here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. Post-game coverage still to come. We're going to send it down to the set where Vincent Bacone is standing by.
Hi, folks. Well, an exciting game and a heart-crushing loss at the end for the Red Hawks. They did everything, just as CJ and Justin said. They fought hard. They scored 21 points in that second half alone. Just the 0 in the first half really hurt them. So we have finally reached the end of our game, and let's look at some highlights to take us through how great that second half was. Oh, holy. Well, as you can see, the pride was all around here at Montclair, and that opening kick, Wilkes Daniel Piga rushed the ball for 44 yards down the field before getting out of bounds. One play after, they scored the first touchdown of the game with a 38-yard pass to Janon Sims, making it 7-0. They scored their second touchdown of the game with a 1-yard rush with Ben Cantella, ending the half 14-0. Now looking into the second half, Christopher Arnold gave Montclair their first touchdown in the beginning of the third quarter, also getting the longest run of his career with 70 yards. The Red Hawks struggled to get their second touchdown for a bit until they finally responded with a 75-yard pass to Tide Kachala in the beginning of the fourth quarter. Wilkes finally got on the board with their first touchdown of the half in not long after ending with a 9-yard rush from their quarterback, Cooper Wilson. Deontay Wilson rushed his first touchdown of the game for 10 yards down the middle, tying the game once again with 6 minutes left on the clock. But it would all come down to the end. With less than 40 seconds left in the game, Wilkes completed a field goal. Nick Volpin, 24-21, the final. And again, a hard loss, but a well-fought second half for these Red Hawks. And you saw Luke Henrich, who hasn't played football since junior year of high school, almost 3 years ago, back in 2022, comes out and was absolutely fantastic today. Looked really good.
Got it?
We're now joined by the head coach of Montclair, Coach Palazzo. Coach, a heart-crushing loss for the team, but you guys played fantastic in the second half. Can you take us through, first of all, the locker conversation that you had at halftime?
Yeah, we were just hurting ourselves. We're a good football team, and we have a lot of good football players. But when we make mistakes, we can't overcome that. And early in the first half, we had another couple special teams mistakes that led to points. If we didn't screw up on special teams early, it's probably a 0-0 game going into halftime. And we made some necessary adjustments at halftime on our offense, scored 21, and we just fell up a little bit short.
Yeah, and Coach, can you really take us through that second half explosion? Because the team looked on another level for most of it. Scoring 21 points and a half is nothing to joke about.
Yeah, I've been saying all year that we have to rely on our run game to be successful. And, early in the first half, we were not running the ball well. So I challenged those guys at halftime that we have to start being who we are, and that's a running football team. And second half, we're able to make some adjustments, put in some different run plays, and we were able to get some points on the board.
Yeah, and can you really take us through, first of all, Christopher Arnold's 70-yard run, the longest of his career. We all know Christopher Arnold has had a phenomenal career here at Montclair, but now you add that to his resume, and that's how you get the scoring started. How much momentum do you think that jammed into the offense?
Yeah, we talk about responding to adversity, and at halftime we had a lot of adversity, down 14, and coming out and having a 7-yard touchdown, the second play from scrimmage is a good way to kind of bounce back from that, and we were able to climb right back into the game, and just a couple mistakes here and there, and we might be on the winning side.
Yeah, and Coach, going into next week now, you had your off week last week, homecoming this week. Next week starts NJAC play in Union. NJAC play coming up. What do you take from this game going into the next?
Yeah, we just have to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. Like I said, we could be a pretty good football team. We could run the ball well. I think Luke's starting to get comfortable throwing the football. Defensively, we make stops. We had an opportunity there to make that stop if we didn't have a roughing the passer call. So if we could just get out of our own way with some of those things, I think we could be pretty successful. Kane's a big rival. They know us. We know them. It's going to be heated, but I think we have a good opportunity here to get back, get to what we're good at, and hopefully put on a little bit better performance next week.
Yeah, and can you really quickly talk about Luke? In the QB position, we've talked about it. He hasn't played in almost 3 years, but he looks like he's getting more comfortable every game. Can you talk about the development that you've seen, especially now today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he is getting more comfortable. Like you said, he got hurt his senior year of high school. He hasn't played a ton of football. He was a backup when he was at Lehigh. So, he's only game 3 in a long time. I think you're going to see him get better and better. That deep ball to Kachala was really well thrown ball. And we had a couple other ones that got called back that should have been big plays for us as well. So there's going to be a game here where we really rely on Luke to win the game. Right now we're still a running team and we run the football to win, but I think there's going to be an opportunity here in the future for Luke to win this football game.
Awesome. And Coach, any closing thoughts on this game that you really want to tell the audience or tell your team back at home?
Yeah, we're going to learn from this. That's all we really can do is we can learn from the loss, pick up the pieces. We got to face that adversity and come back strong against Kane.
Coach, thank you so much for coming on and played a very well game.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yes,
we'll
sir.
be back. Don't
Thank
worry. The Breakfast Bowl is coming up in 2 weeks, and Coach Palazzo will be ready to go. All right, well, we want to thank you for joining us here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. We've had a fantastic game. We're going to go around the horn to our wonderful crew. This production is not possible. It doesn't look good without the people behind it. And that goes for everybody, our cameramen, the assists, everyone in the control room, as you see our on-field cameras right now. Joey, there you go. You have a little wave, and Steve in the background. Everyone deserving the love of this fantastic broadcast. The wonderful people upstairs that made it possible. The wonderful people in the control room that made all the wonderful graphics and made all of our beautiful faces look so wonderful. We thank you for joining us here on the Red Hawk Sports Network. And finally, signing off, I'm Vincent Pacone. We'll see you next time.